Hello, everybody. How's it going? What the fuck is up? MG42, thank you for dabbing and congratulations on your first. Kydrian, congratulations on your first. Awesemo, congratulations on your first. Arc Nova, congratulations on your first.
I'm giving myself a 5. Pretty good.
Hello, Reg. Hello, Personal Play Paradigms. Hello, Dorky. Hello, Lurkers. It is an afternoon, isn't it? Or an evening? One of those things. How's it going? Hello, Caro. Hi, everybody. That's not supposed to be live. Nope. You can have those points back. What's up, Bavork? What time is it in New Mexico? It's about 5:30, 5:36. Bavork, congratulations on your first. The Car Lover, congratulations on your first. I mean, I appreciate you clicking that, Bavork, because that was not supposed to be unpaused. And now I know. I was able to fix it, so you win the Beta Tester of the Day award. Hi everybody. I had to take a nap just to make it to this part of the day. I was even thinking about starting the stream at like 2 p.m. instead of 5:30. But I desperately needed a nap instead. You skipped half of Uncharted because you clipped through a door? Hell yeah. So if I end up needing to go to bed at some point today, then, you know, that happens. It's always a possibility. What else? No, that's it. That's all I got. What do you got, chat? What's new? Tell me about the future. No, you don't, Arc Nova. What's up, Schemo? Played some ranked Apex. Nice. I will be up front and let everyone know that, you know, we smashed all the goals yesterday, which was awesome. Thank you for that support, chat. I am still behind on some of the donation goals. I need to make some new alerts. I need to make a new emote. I need to tune up the layout of the stream a little bit. I did not have time to get to any of those things today. I did do the VODs. I did add the new channel point redeem. I was trying to get an emote going and I just could not. Inspiration was in short supply, and whenever I would have an idea, I wouldn't have an easy time sourcing anything for the idea. So I kind of spun my wheels on it for a little over an hour today. I couldn't get anything going. So there will be a new emote. There will be some new alerts. There will be a layout tweak coming. I've got all that being worked on, but they have not been delivered yet. We did do a very long stream yesterday, it's true. I did do a big ol' frickin' mega honker. Well, the only slots I have open are animated slots. And I don't want to just put a placeholder in there. I want it to at least be something that I want to... that I hope will work. Even if it doesn't work in the long term and I end up taking it down later, I would hope that it would be an emote that that chat would want. And I'm knocking a bunch of shit over on my desk. My bad. My bad, squad. But all the ideas I had today, nothing clicked. Couldn't get it going, so... Oh well. We're going to play some NFL Quarterback Club today. A Jeopardy or a Wheel of Fortune emote. Yeah, I don't know what that would be either. I mean, the igloo is at least a Jeopardy meme. We already have an internal channel meme Jeopardy emote. And now RP Genius has all those Pat Sajak emotes. So we're indirectly responsible for 3 new Wheel of Fortune emotes. That counts for something, right? I think I'm gonna need a new chair soon. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to retire this chair before the year is over. I kind of don't want another, like, office chair, but I don't think there's, I don't think that there's a better alternative. I did not know that. That's kind of fucked up. He's a Canadian icon. What's up, Rhythm Song? That's good. I'm aiming for 5 hours for tonight's stream. If we don't make it, we don't make it. What's up, Chibi? Ugh. I got normal sleep. I slept about 8 hours, and then I got up. And then I took a nap today. But I did not have, like, especially, like, transcendent sleep. So we have to finish the scenario mode today. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to save your progress, so we're just going to pick up where we left off, which I think was scenario number 10. What's up, Jive? I do owe you a shout-out, Theater. That's probably not coming today, because I think it's questionable that I'll even make it to the end of the stream. Yeah, I just talked about that. I literally just mentioned that, Car Lover. I'm going back at the old VOD right now to see which one I finished last. It was Broncos Seahawks, which is simulation number 9. Okay. I've finished my research. I'm ready to begin. Let's find our Sega controller. Boop, 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 boop. There it is. Here it is right here. The old trusty Sega pad. Alright. Nothing better than a nice Sunday evening football, falling asleep in front of the TV. That could be what happens to me tonight. Maybe it's time for sleep. Boop 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 boop. Dan Highland, how's it going? Working on a more consistent God of Game 1cc. Damn. That's crazy. Okay. Simulation mode. So yeah, it doesn't save our check marks, which sucks. But what are you gonna do? Literally not a game feature, and it's honestly unreasonable to expect a player to do all 30 in one go. I don't think there's going to be a reward for having all 30 of them done. But, you never know. Let's start the timer. Simulation number 10. November 3rd, 1991. On this rainy day, the Jets and the Packers ended regulation tied at 16. Green Bay won the toss and received the ball in overtime. Your mission, stop the pack and drive Boomer and the Jets to victory. So it's sudden death, but we have to make a defensive stop first. That's a pretty good conceit for a simulation, for a scenario. And it's not going so hot. Already off to a fucking horrible start. Sleep patterns broken, you know? They're overrated. Sleeping regularly is an overrated concept, Dan Highland. Take it from me. A man who you should not be taking sleep advice from.
White 51. Hut.
Thank you for dabbing personal play paradigms.
Blue 42. Hut.
No! Well, that's the ball game. Maybe, probably. Probable, maybe. Mabel, probably.
Red 20. Hut.
Yep.
Touchdown.
Alright, we lost. At least it was brief. We gotta kick this better. Yay, there we go. There we go.
Green, 40, hut.
That was a weird passing animation.
Set,
Hello, space opera copter.
set. Blue, 42. Hut.
Get the chains. First down.
First down.
This one might be kind of tough because I don't think the Jets are particularly good at anything. Ever. This should be the last challenge for making me play as the Jets.
Set. Set.
What's up, Proud Onions? Ice cream and Twitch now. What kind of ice cream you got?
Hut.
Yeah, get him. Cookies and cream, a classic. A truly classic ice cream experience. The combination of sweet cream and soggy cookie.
Set. Green, 20. Hut. Incomplete.
Boom, boom. I'm not a big toffee guy. I like a little bit of toffee every now and then, but Erin gets a lot of toffee in her ice cream. She is often getting toffee bits.
Set. Green, 42. Hut.
Oh, don't fuck this up. Hell yeah. I think that'll do it. They're gonna have to punt.
Set. Blue, 42. Hut.
Did they pin me? The 2. Ugh, assholes. That's okay. We got 44 power left. Computer can't stop this play. French pot method. I've never heard of that before.
Set. Hut.
What's up, Cleveland? Uh-oh. What's happening here?
Set. Hut.
Oh my god, why are they stopping me? We already did the season mode. We already won all the championships. We're in a scenario, like a historical scenario mode now.
Set. Hut.
There we go. Open skies.
First
Whew.
down.
That was a little scary. 100 touchdowns. Here's hoping. How you doing, Cleveland?
Set. Hut.
Great block. Great block, team. Way to protect the runner.
Hut.
Fuck. Give me that first down.
First down.
Yeah. How many people in chat get ice cream cones? I can't remember the last time I had an ice cream cone. I'm a bowl guy or a cup guy, but I don't really like ice cream cones. I mean, I like them, but they're not my preferred way to eat ice cream. That is a very large chunk. That's like a fossil inside of your ice cream. Gotta force yourself to sleep and get up early again. 4:30 a.m. is the goal for waking up. You can do it. The trick is to drink a lot of water, right? You drink a lot of water so that you have to go to the bathroom when your alarm or whatever goes off. And then you use that momentum to stay awake. Bonus, you get super hydrated. Not only do you wake up on time, but you get plenty of water for your body. And your body likes that. Before the pandemic, dang. You know what I don't really like watching is those like ice cream vendors that do the like tricks and like take the scoop back from you over and over again. I've watched a bunch of videos of those and I've concluded that it just seems like a shitty like business practice. You been a victim of those? September 12th, 1976, the Raiders won their first Super Bowl this year. But we're down 28-14 to the Steelers with 3:50 left to play. Can you take the Raiders now with Hostetler to the big win? That's not a lot of time. Are they expecting me to get a frickin' onside kick or something? We just keep taking the fajita bowl away. I think if the ice cream vendor is allowed to trick you like that, and it's entertaining, that's very skillful, don't get me wrong, but the ice cream should be free. Like, you should have to pay less to get publicly humiliated by a dude who sells ice cream. I think that's a fair trade. And I think that should be the same for all industries. I think you should be able to have a low-cost option that just ignores customer service. Instead of customer service, we're gonna, like, make it clear that we would rather not be serving you, but we'll do it for less money. I've actually been thinking about that a lot lately, because for whatever reason I've been ruminating on the game store where I worked and like kind of asking myself if I was a good boss or not. And my mindset for especially the last like year that I worked there was like, I could have been a more proactive boss and I could have like really tried to get the most out of the people that were working for us, but they made minimum wage. And I feel like if you pay minimum wage, then minimum effort is okay. You know? So, I kind of made peace with it in that sense. Top boss.
Budgie, 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 no beavers.
Thank you for the 33 months of Burgie, top boss. Thank you very much. Yeah, I saw that too, Schemo. Like, it was obvious that, like, the guy wasn't gonna get tricked, and so he was like, alright, here's your ice cream, go away. The other part of that equation, what's up, Socrates? The other part of that equation for me is that during my time at that store, they raised minimum wage twice, and my pay never went up. So the gap between our employees who were making literally minimum wage and me, who was not, was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So I was approaching minimum wage, and so I was giving minimum effort. It's still going to bug me because, you know, regrets and what ifs and personal responsibility and all that, but I just keep reminding myself that, like, it's okay that I didn't ask our employees to do a bunch of crazy bullshit because we didn't pay them to do crazy bullshit. Yeah, take it out of the end zone, you frickin' moron. Wait, he's doing it. It is, and I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it because I've got a pretty decent work ethic to do whatever, even if it's not. Like, if it's my job, I'm gonna put some elbow grease into it. And I just feel like everyone else probably feels the same way, and they totally don't. So, like, as a manager, I'm just like, okay, do this, and then they don't do it, and I'm like, that's weird. Maybe I'll ask them a second time and see if they'll do it now. And that's kind of the extent of my managerial skill. S-tier acrobatics. It took 5 minutes before you got your cone? Oh my god. Yeah. I've had to fire people before. Yep. What's up, Lydia Loud? I'm not the Steelers. That's the computer. What's up, Parstill?
Blue 42.
Oh no. Well, let's restart that one. I would like to avoid people management ever again, but the problem is that most companies, they reward good employees with higher positions instead of higher pay. I mean, higher pay comes with the higher positions usually, but like, in a perfect world for me, I would probably be happiest and, like, most successful if there were a way for me to do, like, entry-level shit really fucking well and get paid appropriately. As opposed to just getting sent up to the management mines where I don't want to be. But with any luck, I won't have to go back into the workforce in a traditional fashion ever again, so, you know, that would be cool. Yeah, that's me. That is me. And it's not to say that I can't be, like, trained up to do more complicated and more technical work, but I just don't want to be a manager. The Peter Principle.
Set.
This is like the mid-90s. The Lions were still pretty good, but they weren't as good as they were a few years ago.
First down.
You don't think managers and bosses are necessary? I wouldn't agree with that. I can understand
Set.
the thought process of like, because here's the thing. I think the reason that managers and bosses are necessary
First down.
is because you should be allowed to work a job without having like, I mean, in a perfect world everyone would be in a career that they are like personally driven and satisfied by, and would be self-motivated to work. But people should also be allowed to just do something to make money and not give a shit about it. General Casualty, thank you for the 19 months. Thank you, General Casualty. Now, I do think as well that, like, the model that I would more prefer to see is having, like, someone who does the work of the department or whatever, but also has the authority to make decisions for said department in terms of staffing, in terms of representation within the company, what have you, as opposed to being someone whose only job is to, you know, keep an eye on the people doing the work. That's a better model in my eyes. And I do think that it's one of those things where, like you said, Dorky, like the things managers spend most of their time on is unnecessary. A lot of it is, you know, trying to optimize everything. And I don't like doing that in any facet of my life. I don't like min-maxing while I'm playing games. I definitely don't want to do it with human capital, you know. But it might, yeah. You know, it might be scratching that same personal satisfaction.
Set. Red. 20. Hut.
But I think a good, you know, it's one of those truisms that people say about working is that people will quit their job just to quit their boss, kind of thing, you know. A bad boss will make people stop working somewhere. There are plenty of other reasons why someone might quit their job, from pay to responsibilities to customer interactions to whatever, you know. But a shitty boss, is a very, very valid reason to quit a job.
23.
And it's why I quit that job.
Hut.
That's, yeah, like seeing people succeed. For me, like when I go to work, one of my biggest motivation going to work is to finish all of my work fast enough and like well enough, but fast enough that I can get paid for not working. Like if you give me 8 hours worth of tasks to do and I get them done in 5 hours and then I can just chill out and hang out for 3 hours and get paid, that is my number one motivation for doing a good job. So when I'm managing people, depending on, what needs to be done and what they're getting paid, I motivate, my motivation is for them to be able to relax while they're at work. Like that's my number one thing is like, hey, let's get this done. And then we can all just hang out and shoot the shit, watch a movie, whatever. Because that's what motivates me. And that's very like selfish and short-sighted because obviously everyone has different motivations. But again, I'm not a great boss. I'm not very good at that job. Now, see, I've been salaried before, and, like, I hope I never get salaried again. I honestly hope I never get salaried again, because I don't trust my employer to give me a flat rate to get the job done and not exploit that. You know what I mean? Okay, we got it. This one. This scenario is tough. Like, the job that I had last that was salaried, they salaried you so that they could give you 50, 60 hours of work and be like, well, you gotta get it all done. That's what we're paying you to do. And so, like, I genuinely hope, I would rather be paid hourly or by project than ever be salaried again. And it sucks how many people, like, even, like, people who have good intentions, they just think that that's the way that, like, business works, right? I know so many people that are, like, decent people who are just like, well, that's what we have to do if we want to stay afloat. And it's like, no. Nice, Cleveland. You can make money as a business though. You can be successful as a business without like if you're addicted to growth, if you feel like you have to keep growing as opposed to like growing in order to sustain, that's where all the problems come from, you know?
Back. Set. White 51. Hut. Pow, pow. Incomplete. Set. Green 20. Set. Black 51. Hut. Pow, pow. Pow. Back.
Should I call a timeout here? Probably not. I want to make sure that we get a fourth down here, and then I can call a timeout.
Set.
Coherence? Yeah, there is. It's not as it's not necessarily as important like that there's information to be conveyed.
Incomplete.
Because you don't want to give the defense information about what you're doing. So the play is called in the huddle, right? Everyone huddles up. Either the quarterback calls the play or they get a radio call in from a coach, and then they tell the team what's going on. They will give information about what they're seeing once both teams are... Because that's the thing. Both teams are lining up at the same time. The defense is making a call. They're saying, we think they're going to run this kind of play. We want this kind of coverage from this distance. And the offense is making a play. Here's what everyone's going to do. Here's where the ball is going. You know, this is the formation. Here's where the ball is going. And so then what you'll see is that people will relay information on both sides of the ball based on how each team lines up. Because they're both going to line up at the same time. And the offense is going to go, that guy's going to cross over. That guy's the Mike. He's the one who's going to be like hawking the ball, and that's it. And so, you know, people on the offense that are good at reading are going to tell the rest of their team as loud as they can what's going on. People on the defense are going to look at the offensive formation. They're going to say, you know, based on what we called, this is what it looks like is going to happen. So you need to go over there. You need to cover that guy. And that's all happening after the play is called, but before the ball is snapped. Now, what the quarterback is doing mostly is two things. One, he's kind of giving out some of that information to the people who need to hear it. And two, he's using a cadence to, like, the call-outs are telling the other players when the ball is going to be snapped, basically. It's kind of like the way that a pitcher and a catcher, like the catcher will call what pitch to throw, and then the pitcher will wave it off or agree, and then throw that pitch. So it's not so much like that they're determining the play, that the quarterback is telling everyone what to do, but he's telling everyone when it's going to happen, and he's trying to do it in a way that will get the defense caught unawares, to where they either jump the line thinking that the play is about to start so they can get the best advantage, or to snap the ball before, like, they're ready, but they're not expecting it. I hope that answers your question a little bit. You can scream as loud as possible sometimes, yep. And that's also why if you watch football, generally what is accepted, what teams want to have happen is when the home team is on offense, the crowd is supposed to be quiet but in between plays. Obviously they're not going to be silent, but like you'll see players like trying to amp up the crowd or telling them to be quiet, because the offense is trying to do more complicated signal calling, And when the crowd is loud, the players can't hear each other. Defense can be a bit more reactionary. Defensive play calling is a lot more about what you see and adapting to it than putting a plan in motion and like executing. So home team, the crowd is supposed to be quiet on offense so that the players can talk to each other more clearly, so that the coaches can talk to the players more clearly over the headsets. But then when the home team is on defense, they want the crowd to get as loud as possible so that the inverse happens. So that the offense can't communicate and they have to spend more time trying to get the details down and maybe getting a delay of game penalty or something like that. It's just to make it sound more like real football. The only exception is that you can get an offsides penalty in this game. So like if you're playing defense and you're trying to get to the quarterback as quickly as possible and you're gonna like, go straight forward and try and run, you're allowed to free run on defense. I'll show you here in a second. So if you want to like try and get a little bit of a jump on the ball and get to the quarterback more quickly, you could start running forward or like get into position to make a quick tackle. You can press a button to like keep fake snapping the ball, and if you do that, then maybe you will trick the defensive player into jumping too fast and getting a 5-yard penalty, which is a big part of that sort of cadence, that trickery, is to get someone to flinch. Because on either side of the ball, if the offense moves at all, there's only one person at a time is allowed to be in motion on offense, and they have to be in the backfield. It can't be a lineman. If any of the linemen like flinch, that's a penalty. On defense, you are allowed to move, but if you cross the neutral zone, which is the space between the two lines, that's a penalty. So if you get the defense to flinch forward, the offense gets to go forward. If the offense flinches and tries to, like, the defense reacts, because that's what the defense is looking for, is like, when does the offense start move? So if the offense flinches, then the defense gets an advantage because the offense gets pushed further back. But the strategy element is why I like football. Like, it's not because they fucking crush each other and hit real hard. It's just like, it's turn-based. It's turn-based combat, and there's a lot of thought and like counterplay that goes into it, and I find that very, very interesting.
Blue 42. Hut. Safety.
Parstill's got some historical information there. Alright, we're in a good position here. We're in a good spot. We got a lead. We got the ball. We should speed the timer up. That's what I'm missing. We gotta speed the clock up now. But I can't really think of any... I'm not an expert. I can't think of any football games where you can use those tools to trick a computer opponent. A human opponent, okay. A computer opponent, I can't think of a game where, like, I'm gonna, like, do some fake calls here. I don't think it's ever worked to get the computer to jump. I don't think this has ever, like, worked on a computer, you know what I mean? I could be wrong. I have not played many football games in the grand scheme of things.
Timeout. Set. Hut.
Backbreaker. What's up, Nurse Jade?
First down. Timeout.
Now, I went on that big explanation, and Jiggy wasn't here to hear it. I'm supposed to be Jiggy's American football mentor.
Set. Hut.
What's up, Dino?
First down.
I'm good. Tired. Ern is over at a friend's house right now. I think painting some minis, if I'm not mistaken. How are you?
Set. Hut.
I need to not run out of bounds. That was not smart. However, if I just go up 9 points, it won't matter. You slept for 12 hours, but I'm still sleepy? Yeah, I'm pretty sleepy too.
Set. Hut. Touchdown.
Baseball games sometimes have fighting in them. Yeah, football preseason starts in like early August, I think, or like super late July, and then actual season starts like second week of September. Trying to think of other. Every NASCAR game's got crashing in it. There's no such thing as like a racing game that doesn't have crashing in it of some kind. I don't think there's anything like that in football. In football or basketball games, like there's normal fouls and stuff. Like that's what Dorky's asking for. Is not like something that happens that is like the refs penalize or anything like that. It's like there isn't supposed to be fighting in hockey, but if you play a hockey video game, it's gonna have fighting in it, right? Same thing with baseball. There's not supposed to be charging the mound, but it is not really integral to the game, but it's something that you kind of expect there to be some level of retaliation if a pitcher is targeting a player or whatever. Like, getting a penalty, getting a pass interference call, obviously it's against the rules because it's a foul. It wouldn't be a foul if it weren't against the rules, but like there are incidental instances of that happening as opposed to like a hockey fight. Thank you, Team Kills.
Set.
I don't know if flopping... Is there a soccer game that, like, rewards the player for flopping? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a video game activity that is superfluous to the gameplay of the sport, but is a part of the sport that can have an impact on the outcome. Ah, fuck.
Set.
That's true. That is true, Socrates.
Black 51.
Fight Night does let you do stuff like that.
Hut. Back.
Something that you'll never see because it would, like, everyone involved would riot, but like if there were, because you'll play a sports game and like injuries will happen in most in most sports games, period. If there was like a random chance for a player to get like to fail a drug test or to have like a non-sport related injury, like, oh, your third baseman got into a car accident on Wednesday, he's gonna be out for 2 weeks. It's like, huh? Yeah, it fucking happens, man. Like, I did, yeah. That's Blitz the League, and there's a reason why that has no affiliation to the NFL whatsoever. Because the players union and the league would never allow that sort of thing to take place.
Set. Blue 42. Hut. Back. Set. Hut.
I think it might still be a part of Madden.
First down.
What's up, 40 can? This game could use big head mode, I agree. But then every player has the same head, so...
Set. Hut. Touchdown.
Interesting.
Set. Hut. It's good.
I'm one of those people that I'm usually against like spirit of the game type rules. Like there's so much bullshit in baseball that isn't even like enforced by the referees. Like the fact that Major League Baseball in particular, and often in isolation, they're the unspoken rules is what I'm talking about. Where it's like, oh, if a player celebrates, you fucking hit him when next time he's at bat. Like, you know what I mean? It's one thing to be like, oh, well, this guy injured your player, so like I'm gunning for that dude. But like, I'm against any kind of rule that is, whether enforced by the league or by the players themselves, that discourages like popping off when you do something cool, because that's just whack. Like that's just fucking butthurt whackness across the board. John Matrix, thank you for the 50 bits.
Sometimes there's some guy named Bob Gott. Other times there's a guy named Beazle Bob. Same guy in my opinion. Another divine Bobby type. Anywho, I was talking with my Rasta friend, Leon, and he said Szechuan food is good but not when he is playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I could have asked him why, but the bob on my shoulders suggested I should just respect this is a fact for my Rasta friend. An unspoken rule of tacit understanding, so to speak. Praise be to Bahamut, Bob. That dude is the best Bob.
Best Bob. Suck it, Bob the Builder. You were in second place. Thank you for the 50 bobs, John Matrix. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba.
First down.
Alright, we finished this scenario. That was tough. It took some time. That was almost an hour for that scenario. That's too slow, actually. October 6th, 1991, in Detroit, the Lions had fallen behind the Vikings 20-3. Their comeback started in the final quarter. With 4:58 remaining and 10 points down, try to march the Kings of the Jungle on to defeat Minnesota. Now we're talking. Now you're speaking my language, game. I'm ready.
Set. Hut. First down.
Szechuan food.
Set. Hut. Touchdown.
Do you guys hear about the person who had one of their cards eaten at a Pokemon tournament? By their opponent. So someone was at a Pokemon tournament and
Set. Hut.
they like looked at another player's card to like see what it did and then ate it and then called a judge over and was like, this person's deck doesn't have enough cards in it, it's illegal. got them a loss for having an illegal deck. I presume because the person who had their card eaten was like, this dude ate my card. It could be an urban legend. I don't know if it's true or not, but... you have to be prepared for that. Yeah, that's why you gotta use sleeves, because that's like keeping the banana in the peel.
Blue. 23. Hut. Set. Blue. 42.
You're gonna go eat some Szechuan food? That's 4,000 years of flavor, John Matrix. Think about that while you're eating it. Ponder that those recipes are likely 4,000 years old, and you're tasting the same thing that an ancient Chinese warrior also tasted. And enjoy. That's what I say every time I go to Panda Express, Dino. I open my styrofoam container of food and I hear Dynasty Warriors music in my head.
Set. Hut. First down.
Boom, 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 boom.
Set. Hut.
You know, I thought I could finish this game today, and now I'm very much doubting that.
First down.
All it takes is one, like, long, slightly difficult scenario, and it really sets me back on time.
Set. Hut. First down. Set. Hut. Touchdown.
Boop, 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 boop.
Set.
What's up, X-Keeper? Keeper of the X. I had a very, like, speaking of Macaw, speaking of Macaw, there's some free phone credits from Esports Are for Losers. I had a very kind of full circle moment where, like, I started my stream late yesterday because I wanted to watch all of Macaw's stream before I started. And then I streamed until Macaw was on, not intentionally, but by the time I ended my stream, Macaw went live. And so I put Macaw's stream on and went to bed. And when I woke up, Macaw was still on, and I was like, man, like this is like an interleaved fate. In a perfect world, either I or Macaw would be streaming 24 hours a day. I think that would be a positive change. Grab an orb. Get on down there. Thank you for the gigantified phone credits. Esports Are for Losers.
Set. Hut. Incomplete. Set.
I do kind of wish that there were more FMV live action shit in modern video games, as opposed to like getting a well-known actor and digitizing them. TJ Thrilla, thank you for the 30 months.
Part where there is a ball and feet are somehow involved.
That's this game. You are describing this sport. Thank you, TJ Thrilla, for the 30 months. I haven't played Contradiction, but I've watched people stream it. Like, I'm glad that stuff like that still exists. I do wish that it was more prevalent. I kind of like that cheesy quality. That, like, people who are skilled enough to be on screen but aren't like extremely polished on either side of the camera. You got the night off. Hey, nice. Congratulations. Appreciate the resub. Hope you're doing well, TJ. Good to see you.
First down. Timeout.
Thank you, esports.
Set. Hut.
Like, I honestly think that
Touchdown.
not just the gameplay, but I think where Digital Pictures kind of went wrong is that they had a vision in their head that they were going to, like, supplant Hollywood. They were going to be on that level, and like a lot of the stuff that came out for like PC from other companies is more charming because it's sort of like, it's more like community theater, you know, where even if the gameplay isn't centered around the FMVs or whatever, like it just feels a little more, and like big name titles too, and sometimes with big name actors, but it just feels kind of a little more intimate, I guess is the word that I would want to use. Keeping your head down, working, learning that 3D work, hell yeah.
Set. Hut. Incomplete. That's the ball game.
Oh, we did it. Alright, number 13, the Lions again. Hell yeah, back-to-back Lions. This game knows what I like. October 20th, 1957, the Lions were on their way to a Western Conference championship, but were trailing the Colts in the third, 27-3. With 3 minutes left in the game on the Colts 31, bring the Lions back from being down 27-17. I appreciate the offer. I hope that I never become a VTuber. It is my sincerest hope that I never become a VTuber. No offense to anyone who is or who likes VTubers, but if I'm VTubing, it means that something has probably gone horribly, horribly wrong, and I have full facial burns or something.
First down. Set. Hut.
Yeah, if it's like full deep fake, looks exactly like me, it's indistinguishable from the real thing, maybe.
Set.
Not even as like a joke. I don't think, Dorky. I don't think I'd ever want to do it. And like I said, it's no shade to anyone who is a VTuber or likes VTubers. I watch VTubers, but I am my general philosophy, and I've kind of heard, I think Dino say the same thing, which is why Dino probably said same, is that I'm the Andy Richter. I'm the Ed McMahon in this situation. In my mind, this is the star. This is the most important thing.
Set.
I'm just here
Black.
to like
33.
to just crack some jokes
Hut. Jack.
and do some crowd work. Yeah, I don't know enough to get into that discussion, Bavork, but I can certainly see it happening. I think there is maybe a disconnect for some people who, like,
42. Hut.
who are just like, well, this is a fictional character, so if I'm weird, it's not causing any harm. But it's like, no, it's you're interacting with a person. They might look like, they might look like a talking car, but you're interacting with another human being. Don't be weird about it.
Set. Green. 20.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a perfect segue. You're like, this is a product demo, right?
Incomplete.
There's a lot. I think that doing a character thing, it depends on like what the character is for me.
Black. 33.
For me, a big part of what's kind of a turnoff is that
Hut.
it feels like a lot of the attention is taken away from what they're doing, and it's more about like the cartoony, like hijinks interactions, all the like having like a cannonball, that shoots them off the screen, or like it's just like it's that kind of stuff that like it's cool that it's possible. It's very fascinating and impressive technologically that we're at a point where that kind of stuff is accessible by individuals, and not, you don't have to have like top level like Industrial Light and Magic shit, Jim Henson stuff going on. But like, I don't know, it's like after I've seen it once, I'd rather like just have the interplay between player and game. That's way more what I'm interested in. I think it's for accessibility stuff like that, Dorky. It is absolutely fantastic. You know what's funny though, and I have been saying this for well over a decade of streaming, and I always get the same response from chat, and it's really funny to me. Is I'll be like, oh yeah, I follow people that don't have a cam, and their shows are great. And I was like, yeah, you don't need a cam. You don't need a camera to be a streamer. Like, people do it all the time. It works. And I've told people, like, I've also followed people who do no cam, no mic. And 100% of the time, people go, oh, I couldn't do that. No mic? Pfft, you can't stream without a mic. It's just really funny to me. It's like everyone's like, yeah, I agree, yeah, and I'm like, and also this, and everyone's like, no, burn it, burn the witch. It's a big enough medium and a big enough platform and a big enough multiple platforms that there is space for pretty much however you want to approach it. You can find people who want to see what you're doing. There's not a right way. There's hardly even best practices, honestly. Shoutout Theater is at 8 subs. Or if you want to get a single shoutout redeem, it's at 1,000 bits. And plus whatever channel points the redeem costs.
Incomplete.
In this instance, we are gray because we're the away team. Yeah.
Set. Black 51.
Stranger.
Bavork.
Stranger.
You probably could have also just asked nicely and I would have done it. Thank you for the 920 bits. You've unlocked level 1 and level 2 channel point redemptions. That includes haikus, horoscopes, day planners, pauses, puzzle boxes, and yes, shoutouts. What's up, Tom? I think I've heard that on TV before. I think I've heard someone on TV say that once. It sounds familiar. Oh, maybe it was Eat My Shorts that I'm thinking of. No, I have not even finished half of all the N64 games. I just have too much that I want to do and too many projects that I want to take part in. And also, I would go crazy if I only streamed N64 games. I would literally be eating my own shorts by now.
Timeout.
It's hot in here. I think my air conditioner isn't keeping up. What's the temperature outside? 99? It's gonna be a scorcher. Bavork wants a shout out for ACMLM. You got it. There you go. Bavork, yeah, it's 99 outside right now. It's 7 o'clock. And Dorky wants a Big Zeef shout out.
That was my pacemaker.
There you go, Dorky.
Set. Hut. Ow. Ow. Go. Touch.
No, I'm like an hour away from Texas. So close, but not quite. Safe cave. Proud Onions with the $5 donation.
Set.
Football, 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 ball foot, football.
Ballfoot.
Green. Hut.
Proud Onions, thank you for the $5 donation. That will go to the VOD Preservation Fund to make sure that the VODs are up to date on Twitch and YouTube tomorrow. I do a pretty good job of keeping up with them, but sometimes I don't feel like it. And if I get the donation, then it means that I have to do it. So, there you go. Thank you for that.
Touchdown.
Thank you for the first donation goal of the day. That kind of ties into the whole discussion we were having too, right? I think some people maybe don't understand like why the channel point redeems and stuff are tied to how many bits I get. And my logic is basically like,
Blue 23.
if I just go live and I play a game and there isn't a financial component, then I'm not gonna like put on the clown hat. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna put the nose on. I'm not gonna put the face paint on. I'm just gonna chill and enjoy my game. But if there's a quid pro quo, then like yeah, we'll put in a little bit of effort to be a little more entertaining and you know, go outside of my comfort zone a little bit. Give the reins to chat a little bit. If anyone wasn't aware of that, well, that's the thought process behind that mechanic.
Timeout.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes it so that, like, I don't resent, resent's a bad word, but, like, I don't feel like a failure if, that's a bad word, too. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, I feel like it's acceptable.
I just wanna hear guy with accent say stuff. Club 2?
There's some Brian TTS for you, Socrates. Thank you for the 50 bits. It's like, if I do a stream and, like, I don't make any money from it, then I don't have to feel bad. If it's like, yeah, I just sat there and played the game and I wasn't very talkative or whatever. It's like, whatever. I didn't put a lot of effort in. No one was paying me to put a lot of effort in. If that sounds cold, I apologize, but, you know. To quote the pterodactyl from the Flintstones, it's a living. Yeah. And, like, I try to put them in tiers to where it's like how either in channel point cost or in bit cost. Like, if it's going to take a lot of time, there's a reason why, like, dabs and oohs aren't tied to this system, because it takes a second to do either of those. Because I don't do the dab, you do. I'm saying ooh is just like require. I mean, I don't really have to do anything. I can keep playing the game. I don't have to pause even. Thank you for dabbing, Bevork. So, like, there's no reason to be like, oh, now you can dab, chat. Thanks for $10. Now you can pretend to e-dab. Like, that doesn't need to be a thing. But if, like, it's a performative, me giving someone a horoscope or playing a video game on demand or whatever, that makes more sense to me, to be like, okay, I want it to be valuable to you, I want it to be valuable to me, and then we're both happy. I find that in most streams, I get, like, fixated on the one channel point redeem, and, like, I want that more than anything else. And I always feel bad when it's, like, something that a streamer doesn't have at a very high price. If my favorite channel point redeem in a streamer's channel is, like, 2,000 points, I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is the one I want. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do it every time I'm here. I have all the points. Like, poor Fuse. I just want to hit the grandpa button. Fuse has a lot of great sound alerts and a lot of cool point redeems and stuff. Grandpa has 500 and it's the only button I want to push. It is the rat cocaine button. I'm just gonna keep pushing it. Proud Onions, congratulations on your first.
Black 51.
Get him! I think I fucked that up. I personally messed that up. Damn it. Oh well. That's okay. Yeah, Hans 5 was my favorite button to push. Because it was cheap and it was spammable.
Red 20.
Now that Hans 5 is gone, I think I usually go for Pod Gang. I mean, I either want Pod Gang or Divination or Hydrate. Like, that's pretty much all I do on Riggs channel. 40 Can, thank you for the gigantic toilet. It's like Pod Gang if I want to make a bunch of noise at the same time. Divination if I want like an interactive component. And Hydrate if I just want to do something that is nice. Ding Ding Yell is a very good sound effect. Ding Ding Yell was my favorite rig sound effect for a long time. I've weirdly gravitated towards 23,000. That's the one I like the most now.
Blue 42.
W is good. Yeah, W is good. But yeah, I think that it's something that requires some thought, Proud Onions, for sure. And like, I'm a tinkerer. I like fucking with my channel point totals. I like making them cheaper sometimes. I like making them more expensive sometimes. And it can often be a reflection of me going like, I want to deflect attention towards or away from them, you know? Sometimes it's like, oh, you know, no one's redeemed this in a long time. I'm going to make it cheaper. And then sometimes it's like, I've been getting a bunch of redeems for this. I'm going to make it more expensive. And that gives me a semblance of control over the kind of flow of my stream. People are like, it's inflation. And it's like, no, it's just me letting you know what I do or don't feel like doing. Biako, thank you for the follow. Biako. Alright. What do we got this time? December 1st, 1985, in a one-sided matchup, Minnesota was losing to the Eagles 23-7 in the fourth quarter. You will pick up with 10:51, that's too much time, remaining on your opponent's 44 to attempt the comeback. So we need 16 points. That's 2 touchdowns, 2 two-point conversions. And 11 minutes? That's way too much time. That's way too much. Yeah, I agree, Bavork. It's the only reason that I want a Steam Deck or a Stream Deck is to have a little bit more like on the fly, easy control over stuff like that. Because as it is, like I can cancel it, but like I have to click into a tab or like mute a source or do a bunch of fucking like. It would be really nice to have a button that I could just hit and be like, nah, that's enough of that. That's the only reason I want a Stream Deck is for like use cases like that where it's just like I need to quickly do something without having to think about it too hard. Because my OBS is a mess. Like everything else in my life, it's a cluttered pile of functional things that if I touch it, it will fall apart. I've had a bunch of stuff over the years, like soundboards and things like that I just don't really use. Like, a lot of times it's not that I don't like them. It's just that I don't want to set it up, or like I used to like them and I don't make use of it anymore. Nah, you're good, Pavork. I appreciate it. That sounds like work for me. If I spend money on it, then I have to get my money's worth out of it. If you send me a free thing, then you've done something nice, and every day that I don't get it set up is a black mark on me and an ungrateful act of selfishness.
Set. Black 33. Hut.
You mean the ones that I did here, Dorky? I mean, I didn't say anything, but I'll be completely honest. The reason why the Universal He Don't Miss went up in price is because we did an entire stream of them. I was like, alright, here's what I'm doing today. I got my plan for the day, I went live, and then I didn't get to touch it. Because it was 5 hours of no misses. And I was like, alright, they should probably be a little more expensive. Masami wants a horoscope.
Set. Green 20.
But I mean, like, that's kind of the intent. I don't want them to be prohibitively expensive when there's a money cost, a community money cost involved as well, right? Like, if I'm going to be like, you can't have this until I make this much money, I can't then also be like, and they're 200,000 channel points.
Set.
It can be one or the other, I think.
20.
Masami, you got a house. We haven't had a house in a while. It's a good one, too. 473 Queensway Court is a quadruple money house. And the only requirement is 3 people. So if you can get 2 people together, you can unlock mega earnings tomorrow. The big buck. Dan Highland wants a horoscope.
Green 20.
Oh, the tiering thing? I'm trying to...
Incomplete.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, that was probably just to... Like I said, my thought process on that was that it gave me an excuse to not have to, like, be at the beck and call of chat to do whatever, like, wacky thing they saved up their channel points for. And then to just kind of chill unless the stream was financially beneficial. That was kind of what I was thinking when I did that. Dan Island, you got the drugstore. This is the perfect place to get beef jerky and ointment for any kind of rashy area. Or maybe just dry skin.
Set.
The car lover wants a horoscope.
Down.
You also got a house. A slightly worse house. A slightly worse house, the car lover. 1306 Hunt Club is also a quadruple money house, but this one requires 4 people. So you'll need a bigger team. But if you get the squad together tomorrow, it's payday, baby.
Set. Hut. Push down.
I mean, if we're talking betting strategy for no misses, the smartest bet is always 1. Unless you have like super advanced, not even super. If you're familiar enough with the game to be like, it is impossible to like, for a reasonable person to fuck up that badly early game. The smartest return on your money is to bet 1, because it's, and you're not gonna get as much. It's usually the worst payout, but like, I'm one person. I might not have knowledge of the game. I might not, like the game or practice it. And so the odds of me booting something up and fucking it up is pretty good. Betting 1 on a rhythm game, yeah, not very smart. That's not a good call. I think there are a couple people who do like bet total victory every time, and I'm simultaneously like, I think it's very sweet, and I'm also like, you're just throwing your money away. I'm gonna let you down. I'm going to disappoint you. I think the biggest thing that I'm always surprised by is anytime there's just an option with no points on it. Whenever there's just a 0, I'm always like, someone should just put 1 point down. Price is Right rules. I should never steal all the points and eat them. It's cool when I do, but it should never happen. It's fun, though. It's fun to do. I do like doing them. I don't always like the game, but I always like doing them. No, that's not true. I don't always like the game, but many games, it's fun to try to do them. Most games, it's fun to do them. What'd you get, John Matrix? What was your meal of what was your succulent Chinese meal? Beef. Streamer's in an honest mood today. I'm saying things on the mic that I've been like, I'm thinking this, but I shouldn't say it. So I guess if you've ever wanted to know the secrets of the MisterRadon experience, let me know. Have I ever shot down because I don't want to play the game? I don't think so. I think there's been a few times where I wish I had. Where I've been like, oh, I don't want to do that, and I'll do it anyways, and I'll be like, I shouldn't have done that. But usually it's not having time or being like, this game is too long. Yeah, I just had like a cracked run at Bubsy 2 out of fucking nowhere. It happens, and it's funny when it happens. I think it's funnier to have like a really surprisingly good attempt at something than it is for me to like boot something up and sometimes it's funny when I immediately die, I'll admit, but I always feel, as the streamer, I feel a little guilty when someone spends points on a no miss and I just fuck it up in 2 seconds. Sometimes that's the intent. Some people pick a game because they know I'm gonna fuck up in 2 seconds, but sometimes people are like, oh, he's gonna be so good at this, and I just am not. And I'm like, I should give you your points back. That was a poor show. It's hilarious when the beef happens. I think that's kind of, it's a win-win for most people. The person at the most risk is the one who pays for the no miss. But I think people can like bet that I'm gonna do super well and then still are entertained when I don't.
It's good.
Gonna get Ane-san one night when you win a raffle. I'm down. I'm down to learn. But that's part of the gamble too. There's a reason why I don't ever say, like, I try not to. I do my best to not give anything away about my knowledge of a game until the betting is closed. I don't always succeed at that, but I try to keep it at least a little ambiguous so that people can go like, "Oh yeah, he knows what he's doing." Or like, "I bet he's never played this before." I couldn't figure out the controls in that game. Like that just it was so alien to what every other game of that genre I've ever played was that I just had no idea what to do. A dedicated run back redeem for one's win it. I'd have to tweak that idea a little bit. I don't know. Maybe. There's some merit there. There's something to think about with that. I like exceeding expectations, though. Even if I don't do great, like, I was pretty proud of clearing the first stage of Magician Lord without dying. I mean, honestly, anything in an arcade setting, because I don't practice arcade games like a lot of the people that I watch on Twitch, who are very, very, very good at arcade games. I'm more attuned to the console speed of sight reading. So anytime I do well in an arcade environment, I'm always especially proud of that. Look at that ball jiggle. Look at that ball jiggle. Yeah, certain genres are just, they're feast or famine. Definitely. I think that the very concept of doing like blind no miss challenges lends itself very well to certain types of games, and I try to keep it as open as I can because I have a much more broader interest in games, but like some just work better. They just flow better for the streamer, they flow better for chat.
Red 20.
Like whenever someone wins a bet and they show up like 2 hours later and they're like, "Oh, I guess I won." To me, regardless of what that person's life might be like, to me that reads as like, "Oh, that game took too long." If someone places a bet and then isn't aware of the outcome, I'm like, "Oh, that probably took too much time."
MisterRadon's top 10 secrets. 1. If given beef, will scrutinize if not in stew formation. 2. If given fish, will require a vengeance.
Yes.
3. If you put a dog in his dreams, you become Shadrach.
Yes.
4. His honor has no temporal limits. If you ask him to play Wipeout, he will. It just will take him a while.
True.
Even though you will be gone by then.
Yes.
5. Puts gas on his pants when he underestimates himself. 6.
If that were the case,
if you
I would always
destroy
have gas
game
on my
hardware,
pants.
he shall scrutinize you, biblically.
Yes.
7. Loves rig.
Yes.
8, 9, and 10. Stoy.
Yes.
Stoy.
Yes. All true, John Matrix. You're 10 for 10 today. I don't know about the gas pants thing. Because if I did that every time I underestimated myself, I would have lifetime gas pants. Yeah, and it's not even that I think that it's like a boring thing, Proud Onion, because I'm the same way. Like, I am usually multitasking on Twitch, and I understand that people are, right? It's kind of a personal mental hang-up that I have trouble with. It's like, there's a part of me, again, I'm just being super honest today. I guess it's post 15-hour stream, like... I don't have it in me to, like, put the wall up, but even as something as simple as, like, asking a really, like, oh, did you beat that game? When people are like, oh, you're playing something different, did you beat the game you were playing? There's a part of me that I can't turn off that is like, you should know that. Like, obviously people are not watching this stream every second that it's live, nor should they. But like, it's that kind of, like, there is a part of my mentality that, like, there's a devil on my shoulder that is like, they should know this. And I can't turn it off. I can only do my best to ignore it. Shadrock with the raid, backing up the puppy truck. How's it going, Shadrock? How was your stream? I was really playing Quackshot earlier. I saw some Shadrock Quackshot. Say that 5 times fast. Thank you for the raid. You fucking better not. Gotta shout Shadrock out.
Alright, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Oh, woo.
There you go.
There you go. Hope you had a good stream today, Shadrock. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, weird streamer thoughts. Actually beat games, hell yeah. $25 hours of football on the 32X. That's what we're doing. I thought I was gonna beat this today. There's no way in hell. I can't. This is taking way too long. It can't be done. It's gonna take at least another stream. But I'm revealing all my stream secrets today. I'm being more candid than I normally am, and more than I probably should. So if anyone in the raid has ever wanted to ask me a question and they've been too afraid to, you just might get an answer today. Yeah, let's just get that out of the way. The answer's probably yes. I don't know who's gonna ask it, but let's just, yeah, probably. We don't have to make it personal. Let's generally, yes, it's probably true. You got one, Dorky?
Green, 20, hut.
Genesis 3 button?
Dear MisterRadon, how do you type with boxing gloves on? Crackfully yours, Socrates, California.
I honestly feel like that... I don't know what the intention was with that strong bad email, but that was like visionary into what it's like to be a streamer. I think about that quote all the time because it's most of this. Most of what I do is answering the same question for 30 different people a stream. And prior to being a streamer even, I'm getting better about it because I think my hearing is getting a little worse and I need people to repeat themselves a lot. But man, when I was like a kid, when I was like a teenager, if I said something and someone's like, sorry, what did you say? I would get so fucking mad. I hated repeating myself. I hated it. And again, there's still that voice that's like, ugh, I gotta answer this question again. If it's like back to back, then I'm gonna give that person shit, whether it's their fault or not. What's up, Palm Factory? And sometimes people are just fucking with you, and like I'm not always the best at reading that. Sometimes people are like, "Yeah, I'm trolling you," and I'm like, "Oh, well, I couldn't tell, so I'm mad." But it's that's one of the things that I've worked the most on is just being like, you know what? People are just getting... I don't know. I've talked about this before, too, and I'll get to your question here in a second, Dorky, but, like... One of my streamer pet peeves that I've mentioned before is people being like, hey, I'm back, what did I miss? And I have no way of knowing when people are in chat or not. I don't have the chat list pulled up. I'm not scrutinizing it constantly. Like, even if you drop a lurk, you're like, hey, I'm gonna go do a thing... And I'll acknowledge that, but I don't, like, I'm not keeping track of what time that's happening at or anything like that. So, you know, it's, I have to be cognizant of the fact that I have no idea when anyone else is watching, when they're arriving, leaving, re-arriving, going AFK, muting, taking a phone call, taking a shit, like, so answering the same question over and over again is like a necessary sort of thing. I do get a little grumpy when I feel like it's something that there's enough context to sort of think through, but I also think that that's assuming that people are going to put enough effort in to like think before, because I don't always do it. Sometimes I just type something stupid in chat and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have typed that. But to answer your question, Dorky, the reason that the closet excavation redeem got scrapped is because I went to the post office to get estimates on how much it would cost to send stuff out to people, even within the United States, and it was way too much money for it to not even be an expensive channel point redeem, but to be a channel point redeem, period. Like, the cost of shipping all of that stuff out of my closet, there's no amount of channel points that would be worthwhile to do. And so I feel bad that I never sent anybody anything. And if someone feels particularly like slighted by that, I would happily like offer them a 1cc or something in exchange. But it was just like one book would cost like $10 to $20 to send. And every one of those redeems, I was supposed to send out like 3 or 4 things, and it was just like, there's no way that that is a thing that I could do for channel points and not just lose fuckloads of money on it. It is related to that Jazz CD, yeah. Yep. That's the redeem we're talking about. So that's why I got rid of it. And I do feel bad that I never sent anything out. If I can make it up to someone by giving it to them in person or arranging alternate means of satisfying the blood debt, then I would be open to doing that. That's another thing that I'm bad at, Socrates, is I I really like when chat here or anywhere else is talking amongst themselves. I like when this functions as a chat room and not just like a list of things for me to read or ignore or respond to. But I can't help but assume that every comment is directed towards me. I'm very bad about that. I'm like, well, someone typed it in chat. It's got to be... They must be talking to me. It's like, at John Matrix, how was your day? And I'm like, oh, it's pretty good. I had a sandwich. It was good. I had chicken. I went to Popeyes. See? I was craving Popeyes from the moment I got up this morning. That was my dinner. Popeyes is good. Like, it's not amazing, but it's reliably good, I find, when they don't fuck up the order. And they fuck up the order a lot. Ooh, Hawaiian barbecue? Yeah, that sounds like a better choice. I need to boil my corn. Press 1 in chat if you need to boil your corn. Szechuan world. Apparently not, no. I thought that it was. I was very confused why they didn't just have, like, big Popeye signs with his face on all the logos and everything. Supposedly Popeye's chicken has nothing to do with Popeye the Sailor Man, which does not make sense to me. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, there is Wimpy Burger, but... Popeye is so weird. Everything about Popeye is weird. Yeah, he was played by noted Hollywood strongman Robin Williams. Imagine if Popeye had as much arm hair as Robin Williams does, and when he eats the spinach, not only does like his biceps grow, but like his arms become even hairier. He gets like hair armor. I mean, like, in terms of face contortion and like and line delivery and stuff, you want someone like Robin Williams, or honestly like Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey could probably do a decent Popeye movie, but like the fighting part is weird. It's weird. I don't know that there is like an actor that can get all of the facets of Popeye. You do the best you can. Yeah. It's one of those things that, like, I think you have to have that sort of interest in old cartoons to where you work on facial impressions, vocal impressions. Like, both of them, both Robin Williams and Jim Carrey, like, at least their initial sort of approach to comedy is very much, you can tell, it's like they watched a lot of like Tex Avery cartoons and a lot of and a lot of like Looney Tunes and like that sort of manic energy, and like they're living cartoon characters. And then they find a different way to like, they're both of them are good examples of not just being like energy, because a lot of comedians have done that. They've just been like, I'm gonna go on stage and be completely fucking manic, and like it works for a lot of people, but it doesn't become a career for a lot of people because it requires way too much effort. It can get grating and tired. You know, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, like, remember fucking when Dane Cook was young and he would just do, like, he would, like, deliver a joke and then do a backflip? Like, there's something to that is, you know what I mean? Like, it's a general sort of principle to comedy at large where you can tell a joke, but then if you have some kind of like flourish or physicality or, you know, screaming or whatever, like that extra boost of energy is absurd, and that sort of opens people's defenses a little bit. You can tell a killer joke, or you can tell like a medium joke and do it in a over-the-top way and get kind of the same result. Mitch Hedberg is not that kind of comedian. Mitch Hedberg was not an energy guy. Not everyone has to be, but it is a tool in the belt if you need it. Yeah, smash a watermelon, exactly, Bobby. Stephen Wright, not an energy guy. Nope. Not an energy guy. What's up, Hesh? Joe Pera, not an energy guy. Nope. September 26th, 1977, on this stormy day in Cleveland, the visiting Patriots were able to tie the game and send it to OT. The Patriots won the toss. Now you, as the Browns, must stop the Patriots and forge a win. Okay. I like these OT challenges because they are usually pretty short. You must stop the Patriots. Forge a win. I saw a crazy YouTube video today. That I guess there's like old 19th century Japanese paintings of like stuff that George Washington and like John Adams and stuff did. And it's pretty incredible. I'm gonna link it in the chat if you're interested. You know what? I liked Dane Cook when he was new, and I think the energy was a big part of it. I was kind of attracted to his, like, just his stage performance. And I was also, like, 14, which is a convenient excuse. Once everyone started wearing like hats and shit with the shocker on it, I was like, okay, this has maybe gone too far. Maybe this was a mistake.
Blue 23.
But oh man, the Dice Man. The barbecue region. That's what America's called in Yokai Watch. Remember that rant that I went on a couple months ago? About how fucking way better than Pokemon Yokai Watch apparently is? Or is that the joke? That might have been the joke. That was probably a joke, now that I think about it. You were probably doing the callback yourself, and then I just poured so much sand over that fire and killed it. Text is hard. It's hard to get intent through text. I apologize for ruining your joke. Yeah, I kicked over your sandcastle. I do tend to take people at face value. It's one of the reasons why I get really fussy about trolls, is I just assume that everyone's being, like, genuine, unless there's some kind of context clue. If I have some kind of clue that that you are in fact being a little stinker, then I have a lesser chance of making that mistake. But that's not on you to provide me. That's on me to try and discern.
Green 20.
And I've asked people to do that, but at the same time, I know that there's a point where that's like visual noise to me. Like, if I'm not thinking about it, I won't ask myself, like, why is that emoji there? Why is that emoticon there? Why is that emote there? Like, it helps, but at the same time, if I don't take the time to also consider it, then it's still my fault for not picking up on it. Damn it. Because, like, I read chat the way I read everything, which is I read words very quickly, and anything that's not a word, if I'm not taking the time to, like, actually pay attention to it, I tune it out before I even think about it. So for all I want, I can go, hey, chat. And I've done it before. I've been like, please include an emoji of some kind so I know that you're taking the piss or you're telling a joke, and then chat does it and I ignore it and I'm like, oh wait, you're telling a joke. there's no solution.
Black 51.
Unless you type waka 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 at the end of all your jokes. Then maybe. Until I start tuning it out. And I'm like, everyone just keeps typing waka waka waka, and I'll just stop reading that part. Bobby Dice Roller, thank you for the gigantic eyebrows.
White 50.
You get one free stinker pass. I say free, but you just paid for it. Look, I think I personally try too hard to be funny in other people's chats. 40can, thank you for the 30 bits. People compliment me for being funny. I've had streamers tell me how funny I am in chat, and like, I appreciate it, right? But also, I wish that I could try to just have a conversation with people, both streamers and chatters, and not like not try to like entertain and like make the streamer laugh, which I love doing, but like I do kind of wish that I could just be like, you know, what would also be nice is connecting with other people and having a conversation. I just thought of this really funny thing that I can say, but it's not funny enough to get rid of the
Black
loneliness.
51. Hut.
What's up, Quicks? Stop doing a backflip. That's what I need. I need a backflip emote. That's it. I couldn't find the inspiration. I need to make a backflip emote so that everyone on Twitch can notify everyone that a joke has been made.
Red 20. Hut.
John Matrix.
I legit think everything you say to me outside of direct communications is high chances for joke country radon backflip.
Thank you for. I mean, that's intentional. That's an intentional choice, John Matrix. Thank you for the 50 bits. But it's not always the right choice. I think that I should not always try to make the funniest comment I can think of. Sometimes I should just be like, "Hi, how's your day? I like this game. What's everybody up to? That's awesome. Congratulations on your new baby." Instead, I sit there at my keyboard going, "Okay, I've got half of a joke. What's the funniest punchline?" In my head is just like a comedy writer's room, and everyone is sweating bullets and chain smoking. And the script is due in 20 minutes. I don't have time for things like social norms and human connection. We gotta figure out a way to get the monkey to slip on the banana peel. I think that's me, Quicks. I think you're talking about me.
Green 20.
Did you know that Chuck Lorre wrote episodes of Heathcliff? I just saw a YouTube video about it. The creator of 2.5 Men and the guy who wrote the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme song. He got his start as a writer working on Heathcliff.
Green 42.
Maybe we are in a rerun. I mean, Lord knows I've played this game for 25 hours. If you die in a video game and you have to start it over, is that a rerun? Chuck Lorre, not Chuck Woolery. Chuck Woolery is certainly a person.
Black 51.
Okay. Dead at 21. That rings the very faintest of bells. I don't think I ever watched that show. Go have a good shower, John Matrix. Get that flavor out of your pores. Welcome back, Tom. That's a normal reaction. It's like when you're watching
Black.
And then you're
33.
watching a critically acclaimed television prestige drama, and you just get overwhelmed by the precise artisanal use of dialogue and stage presence. That's what this stream is like.
Set.
A lot of people don't know this, but after each stream I have a meeting with Aaron Sorkin, and he tells me what I need to do for the next stream.
First down.
Okay, that doesn't sound familiar at all, actually. I did watch a lot of MTV, but aside from a couple specific things here and there, I didn't start watching it a lot until probably like 96 or something like that. Like what I watched on MTV before that era was like Liquid Television, The Max, and The Head, and that's pretty much it. The odd Beavis and Butthead here and there, but I didn't really appreciate them until later. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Hesh. I want to say it was called like American Freak Show or something like that. That's not right. I do remember that, yeah. I do remember that, Bobby. Maybe. Maybe it was just the Alex Winter Show. John Matrix. Thank you for the 50 Lindsay's.
One of my high school schoolmates, Lindsay Dulogger, who was the daughter of a police officer and the cousin of another schoolmate known as Mischief Moskowitz, was featured on the very popular Fuse Deluxe
That's what I'm
approved
thinking of.
MTV
I'm thinking
show.
of Freaked.
I can't remember its name. But basically it's where guys like Judd Apatow go into girls' rooms and judge if they want to date them. Fuzzy One-gasm anyway. Lindsay D. Joe was one of those girls. Anyway, I bet Hesh saw that show. He seems powered enough to have.
Shoutouts to MTV's Room Raiders. Thank you for the 50 bits, John Matrix. You know, if you pay attention to John Matrix's cheers, you could probably go on like classmates.com and use ChatGPT to automatically generate John Matrix anecdotes with real people and fictional events. I got normal rest Fuse. I got like 8 hours, and I took a little nap today. I did not get like mega super good rest, but I slept. I did sleep. Cleveland! Your thumb hurts from Einhonder. Yeah, well, if it was Zweihonder, both your thumbs would hurt. Thank you, chat. Thanks for committing to the bit. I appreciate it. I remember not liking that game when I played it, and then everyone, ever since I played it, has been like, that game is so good. And so I just assume that I'm wrong. I just operate under the assumption that my first impression was not good and incorrect, and I should revisit it so that I can be on the right side of history. Yeah. The children are right. I mean, it's the same reason why I blow up jokes if I can't tell that it's a joke. Is I operate from a position of assuming that whoever is saying the thing is smarter than me. So you type that joke, and I'm like, that's really weird, but it's funny. Like, we do like barbecue. 19th century, I didn't know barbecue was that big, but yeah. Wow. Now I learned something today. And meanwhile, you're sitting there just staring daggers at me for being, like, the worst vaudeville double act of all time.
That's the ball game.
That's the ball game. We did it. Simulation 16, January 4th, 1992. Elway added to his 30-plus fourth-quarter comebacks in this AFC playoff with Houston. After being 15 down, Denver took over with 158 and 1 point down in the fourth. Can you make Elway do it again? Last time we saw Elway, he went back in time. Where is he? Which one of these was it? I'm doing a bad job of scanning this text because the font is so bad. Yeah, this one. September 23rd, 1979. The Broncos had fallen behind the Seahawks by the embarrassing score of 34-10. With 9 minutes left in the third and no change in the score, can you help Elway turn this loss into a win? That was the last time we saw Elway. I guess he's back from the past. Yeah, the lowercase t is horrible. It's an R. The lowercase t in this game is an R. Look at the word today and look at the word fair on the screen right now. It's like some kind of weird text Scooby-Doo. It's Sonic's birthday today. Happy birthday, Sonic. Wherever is mostly cloudy. Yee. I could have done a better. I couldn't have done a much better Scooby, but I could have done a better Scooby. I'm going to give myself a C+ on that one. My ceiling of Scooby impressions is rather low, but I didn't reach it. Sports ballers.
Today can't get any better. Had cinnamon and honey coffee, did a walk and now radon with NFL QB club. Life is perfect.
There you go. That's a Sunday. That's a gorgeous summer Sunday. Thank you for that 50-bit sports balls and running in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's one of those conversations where the teacher's like, you can do better. Like, you're passing, but you could be exceeding if you applied yourself. It's one of those see me after classes. Something wrong at home? Trachea, congratulations on your first. I think I should call it. Nah, fuck it. It was Bubsy. I mean, I keep seeing people post reviews, magazine reviews on Twitter of everyone. Like, EGM said it was their game of the month when it came out. It was like top reviewed game. And it's hard to use hindsight with Bubsy. I think you can make an argument that the short-lived Bubsy mania was warranted. But yeah, it's hard to apply hindsight to that experience. Newark, New Jersey. What are you doing there? You going to see Tony Soprano? Is your friend Tony Soprano? Okay, I might be able to kick a field goal and win this, but the timer has run out faster than I expected. And I don't get any timeouts, so that is also a problem. Out of bounds, out of bounds. Alright. Here goes nothing. Oh, nice. Is it going well, I hope? That's going to be short. No, it's good. Yes. January 3rd, 1987. This AFC playoff between the Jets and the Browns erupted into quite a... That's a lot of T's. Erupted in require a sure hour. The Jets were ahead by 10 with only 4 minutes left when the Browns started their comeback. Good luck. I was kind of thinking about something similar today, Tricky. I was thinking about my childhood best friend, and I feel like I kind of did him dirty when I moved to New Mexico. Because we stayed in contact for like a couple months, and then not really at all after that. And I visited him a few times, but I feel like I didn't do enough to keep the friendship going. And I don't know if it's worth trying to make up for that. Yeah, like, I don't think we're on bad terms or anything, you know. But it's one of those things where, like, if I were to get in touch and be like, hey, I want to, like, talk to you more and, like, do things online or whatever, like, is that even something that he would be like, okay, cool? Or would he be like, why all of a sudden and not 20 years ago, you know? Like, I don't think he... So, like, I have a friend... I was thinking about this, too. I was thinking about how, like, I know what both sides of it feels like. I have a friend who only texts me when he's drunk. He only texts me when he's drunk. And it's kind of annoying because it means that it's always, like, 2 in the morning and it's always, like, a drunk text. And so I'm, like... There's a part of me that's offended by it and is like, why does this person only text me when they're drunk? Like, why don't they ever text me any other time? But then it's nice that they think to text me when at all, and I shouldn't be like, you know, I shouldn't be only receptive to contact on my own terms. So I don't know. It's complicated. What's up, Sales? There are no right answers. I go through the same thing with my family. Like, I really want to... I want to have, like, more... Ever since my mom passed, I've wanted to have, like, a closer connection with my brothers and sisters and, like, my dad and stuff. But I also don't want to be the one that puts in the work to, like, keep those bridges moving. And so I don't do anything because I'm waiting for, you know, like, the perfect... I'm waiting for someone else to put in the emotional energy. But, like, if I did something, then the odds of them putting in something too go up. What's up, Hector? Like, I have to be vulnerable. I mean, anyone. That's what any kind of human contact is. It's about vulnerability. If it's meaningful in any way, shape, or form, it's about vulnerability. And I'm trying to allow myself... Oh, no! It would feel so much worse, X-Keeper. Oh, my God. Oh... That was viscerally unpleasant to think about. I think in general, like, that's a Twilight Zone concept. If you had this, like, precognition to where you could know the consequences of a choice immediately after making it, you would be so afraid to ever choose anything for the rest of your life. I think. I would be. You put cider in a whiskey glass with a big ice cube. How do I keep getting fourth down? Are the Browns not good? I'm beginning to think that the Cleveland Browns might not be good. But I'm playing the Jets. The Jets aren't good either. I haven't talked to my brother in months. Like, I'm trying to remember the last time I talked to my brother. And it stinks. I'd like to talk to my brother more. And I could do that if I talked to my brother more. But I don't know. Man, I've got problems. I hate to admit it, chat, but streamers got problems. Scenario is, I think this is like an AFC playoff game where the Browns are down 10 with like 4 minutes to go, and we've got to help them make the comeback. Yeah, that's kind of the same boat I'm in, Proud Onions. My whole family is pretty introverted and pretty traumatized, and so, like, we're all just in our various corners nursing our wounds and trying to build up the mental fortitude to say hi every couple of weeks. Yeah. It's hard to know. It's like when you talk about this stuff, someone mentioned it earlier, right? Like, and people say it all the time. Like, if you have a really significant, strong bond with somebody, then like, oh, you just pick up right where you left off, no matter how much time has passed. But like, I don't know if they are like resentful of me for not reaching out and saying hi, or like inviting them to do stuff, or you know. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, Fuse. I'm probably like, I would say I'm an extroverted introvert, but I think what it really is to me, because I was talking with my therapist about this a couple weeks ago, is like, I don't think of myself as an introvert. I think of myself as someone who likes to be around other people, but I'm really, really good at keeping myself occupied. I'm extremely good at keeping myself occupied. And so what I do is I'm like, gee, I hope someone asks me to go to lunch with them today. But if they don't, I've got this big mountain of stuff I want to do. And like, I think that a part of the reason why maybe that's an unhealthy behavior is because I need to make the people I care about feel like they're important to me the same way that I want people to do that for me. The same way that I want to have more active relationships with my family members. Like, it's all... I don't know how to separate, like, okay, I'm going to put the effort in this time and try not to be disappointed, you know. I'm so afraid of having to do everything myself that I just don't do anything. And that's not healthy. But it's very easy and comfortable for me, for the most part, to just be like, yeah, I'd love to do stuff with people, but also I've got like 18 hobbies and projects that are going to take up, 98 hours of my week. So if nobody ever talks to me, well, I can always just do that stuff. How's it going, Rib? Like, even if I don't do anything socially, all my days always end with me being like, if only I had more time. So, I just want to do too much. And I think I need to figure out a way... I need to figure out a way to, like, slow down. But I don't know how to do that without, like, giving things up. I don't know how to do that without, like, relinquishing plans. And be like, you know what? I'm trying to do too many things. I need to get rid of some of these things so I have more time for most of these things. And I don't think I'm ready to do that. I'm gonna try and throw a pass because it's 4th and 16 and nothing is working right now. What's up, Bear Mountain? Oh shit! Okay, that didn't work. It's not even really about money, because, like, most of what I do for money is this. This is my primary source of income, you know, and it's very, it's very good for me because it's often the most social interaction I get in a day, and it's something that I'm passionate about and I feel very fulfilled doing. But, you know, it's also that... Okay, well, I stream for 5 hours a day. We'll assume that I sleep for 8. That's already over half the day, right? If I want to work on making the stream better, or if I want to study Japanese, or if I want to work out, or if I want to cook dinner, or if I want to read books, or if I want to watch TV, or play video games for myself just to have fun... That's most of the things that I want to do, and that's already way too much shit for a day. It's just too much shit. So that was kind of my take on things too, Hector. When I started being self-employed, what I started telling people, and I realized much, much later how it might not be nice to hear this, but I would just be blunt, and I would tell people, like, hey, I'd love to hang out with you, but you tell me when you want to hang out, and I will do it, because otherwise, I've got a bunch of other shit I can do with my time. I didn't say it quite that, like, uncaring, but, like, that was the message that I was conveying to people. Is me saying, I will spend as much time with you as you want me to spend with you, but I will not be the one to set aside time for you specifically. And it took me a very long time to realize that, as pragmatic as that statement might have been, it probably didn't do me any favors in terms of making people go like, okay, he values our time together. How many times did you sing the Heathcliff song, John Matrix? Yeah, I don't work well with a schedule. I've tried to, like, I talked about it on stream before. It's here somewhere. I was cleaning out my closet a couple months ago, and I found a schedule that I made for myself back in, like, probably 2013 or 2014, And it was the most micromanaged, unhealthy fucking shit that I saw it and I was like, you're a fucking idiot, Radon. Like, what is wrong with you? You're not okay. That you, like, crammed that much shit into the day, like, down to the minute. I think the thing that I'm, like, really jealous of is I used to be derisive about people who would go to work and come home and, like, figure out dinner and then just sit in front of the TV for, like, 2 or 3 hours. I used to be like, oh, how do you do that? Like, how do you just, like, not want to do anything else and just sit in front of the TV? And, like, I'm at a point in my life now where I'm kind of jealous of just that sort of off switch of being able to be like, I don't feel like I need to do anything right now. I've gotten better about giving myself the leeway of, you know, if I catch myself on, like, social media or YouTube or whatever for hours and hours and hours, like, I know it's not the best use of my time, but I've gotten better about being like, I'm doing this because I need the distraction, or I need that sort of idle time. I need to stop being so active and doing shit all the time. And that's why I've gotten into this mode. So I don't beat myself up about how much time I've wasted. But I do wish on some level that I was, like, less ambitious about trying to get so much shit done, just because then I feel like I would have more time. Like, if I could give things up and feel good about them. The problem is, the reason that I don't give anything up is because I want all of the things that I'm working towards. I want to be better. I want to learn another language. I want to be in better shape. I want this stream to be, like, totally tricked out and, like, as good as it can possibly be. I want my house to be clean. I want to spend more time, like, entertaining myself and broadening my horizons and exploring music and watching TV. And there just isn't enough time to do all those things. There just isn't. There's nothing that I'm trying to do that I don't want. Like, the one thing that I could cut out that I would be, like, totally okay with is, like, reading for work. If I was making enough money that I didn't have to review books, that would free up probably 10 or so hours a week for me. But, like, where's that money gonna come from? You know? What the fuck are these plays? Game's going okay. I'm not paying super close attention to it, Ragadom. It's possible, Dorky, but I'd never feel good about it. It's a corner that I don't like to cut. I feel bad every time I do it. I don't think I've ever done a backflip, not even on a trampoline. I don't think I've, in almost 40 years of life, I've ever backflipped. I front flipped on a trampoline. I don't think I ever backflipped. That's kind of what mine looked like, Hector. I at least, at the very least, I recognized that my sleep schedule wasn't reliable enough to tie it to times on the clock. But it was seriously like every day, 8 hours, do writing work, 4 hours, you know, look for jobs, answer emails, 2 hours clean, 1 hour Japanese study, 1 hour like 1 hour social time, 30 minutes video game, 8 hours. It was it was so dumb. I hate that I thought that that was an okay thing. I think Cleveland might be a passing team. I'm going to have to adjust to this. What's up, Wallboy? What's up, Stuck Thread? Welcome to the chat. My big problem when it comes to stuff like that, and I still do it anyways, is I'm really motivated by, like, planning. I like planning. I like coming up with, like, a structure for my life that I follow every day, and it keeps me busy, and it keeps me getting stuff done, which feels really good. But I also like breaking my own rules. And so what I end up doing, and I've done this for years now, is I'll, like, come up with a way, and I'll be like, okay, this is how I'm going to schedule my day. This is how I'm going to approach tasks. And it works really well for, like, 1 to 6 months, until I start thinking about ways that I can cheat the system that I made for myself, until I cheat that system so much that it falls apart. And I have to recognize, like, okay, like, I'm technically doing this thing, but I've made this loophole for myself to where I'm not doing the right things enough. So I have to blow it all up, and then I come up with another new plan, which is exciting because it's making a plan. And that gets me motivated to do tasks. And then we're back at the top of the circle again. But I do want to make it clear that, like, it doesn't stress me out. I'm never really, like, going to bed being like, oh, there's so much shit I gotta do. Like, fuck, I got all these things that need doing. Like, I stay very engaged, and I'm, like, usually pretty, like, excited to do stuff. It's just that there's too much that I want to do. I really, really need the Earth to rotate slower. That's the solution to my problems. We need to slow the Earth down, chat. If I could get a 36-hour day, I would be fucking president. I would have so many... I would have an EGOT. I would have invented clean, renewable energy. I would have beaten Pokemon Stadium 2. But the day is 24 hours, and I can't do it. I can't keep up with it. Ern is kind of that way, Drag. Ern is very much like she'll get super excited about something and just, like, go fully in on it, and then after 3 months there'll be something else that'll, and it's not like new stuff all the time. Like, sometimes it might be like an old thing that she's already been like, I don't feel like doing that anymore, but then she'll get back into it. Even with, like, what she does for fun, it's like she'll do 3 months of, like, playing Diablo all the time, and then she'll do 3 months of playing lots of Magic, and then she'll do 3 months of, you know, like, she'll start a new character in Fallout or something like that. That's a good question, Bobby. Does anyone know the answer to that question?
Red 20.
You need novelty. I think that's kind of me too. I think I need some kind of schedule, but I also need the flexibility to like let go of a schedule. Is the way that I've kind of explained it to myself, right? It's like, I want to be independent, but I also need a routine. And the only way to do that without making everyone mad at you is to be the person who makes that routine. Thank you for dabbing personal play paradigms. I don't know, Dorky, but I definitely agree with what you're saying. I definitely feel the same way.
Green, 20.
Like, my solution to that problem is that, like, once I start cheating it, I make a new rule set so that it's novel and it's new. And when it's new, I want to adhere to it until it becomes inconvenient and I start cheating it.
White, 51.
Boosh Wayne. It probably did. It might have. How's it going, Boosh Wayne? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, I've always felt like I could never do military service because, like, I would resent someone having that much control over me. Like, all other things being equal, I could not give someone that much control over my life. Sometimes I think, like I said, sometimes I'm jealous of people who have that Osimo in a weird way, where I just want, it doesn't make it better for me because there's still too much shit that I want to do. Like, even if I have less time to do it, like when I was working full time a couple years ago, I was spending the rest of my time. I wasn't like at peace, you know. I wasn't getting off work and being like, now I can relax. I'd be like, okay, now I'm not at work, so I can do other shit. So what is it that I want to do? Not even that. It's just that, like, I also want to, I just want to do too much shit. That's my problem. There's too much shit that sounds cool that I want to do. And I at least try a little bit to do it. I do think one thing that I do that I could, so both to my benefit and my detriment, I do include a lot of like fun things in my structures. I do make time to like watch TV or play video games, right? And so like if I wanted more time to do other shit, I could. That would be the simplest way to get some of that time back, is to say, I'm not going to set aside time to play Rocket League. I'm not going to set aside time to watch anime. I'm just going to be like, I'm either doing shit or I'm going to walk away from my structure and not do shit. And I don't know if that would actually work for me or not. Well, what I could be better about Bear Mountain is not including it in my list of things to do and learning how to walk away from my to-do list. You know, instead of being like, I'm going to make sure that I take time every day to play Rocket League for a little bit, I could just not... I could just do it when I need a break. The problem is that I'm bad at portion control. So if I'm like, I need a break, I'm going to play Rocket League. Oops, 4 hours went by. Fuck. That's the game, John Matrix. That's a fucked up onside kick. Onside kicks should not be 40 yards. I've done something very incorrect. I kind of have to feel like I need to make sure that I make time for it, but I also have to feel like I earn it, and I don't, you know what I mean? It'd be too easy for me to be like, well, I've got stuff to do, so I can't do it until I'm burnt out and I spend way too much time doing it. But also, yeah, it's a miracle. The point that I've been trying to make this whole time is that it's a miracle that humans even exist. We should all have like wandered into a furnace millennia ago on accident and never come out. Cause the brain no good. The brain good, but no good.
Blue, 23.
Man, I've literally stayed up all night playing solitaire, John Matrix. Pyramid Solitaire is my favorite.
51.
I'm a Pyramids main.
Timeout.
But I do the same stuff with like that kind of stuff that like once I do this I'm gonna stop. That's why I really try to not beat myself up when I fall in those holes. Is like, if I tell myself like, okay, it's 11:50, I'm gonna watch. I've been watching YouTube for a while. I'm gonna watch until midnight, and then I'm gonna get back to work. Without fail, once the clock hits 0, something about sleeping. It's sleeping in. It's the sleeping in habit. Something about there being a time that I tell myself I need to do something immediately makes me ignore it and like go 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes, one more. So I need to stop doing that because it just does not work for me.
Set. Green, 20.
Snooze buttons are just enablers for me. They don't actually ever confer a benefit. I usually oversleep. Like, if I set an alarm and I didn't have a snooze button, or I didn't set an alarm, both of those situations I'd have a better chance of waking up on time than I would if I set an alarm for when I needed to be up and then push the snooze button. All the times in my adult life that I've been like, accidentally late for something is because I've hit the snooze button. And not because if I forget to set an alarm, I'll like wake up and be like, shit, am I supposed to be up right now? But if I wake up and then I snooze, then I just ignore the phone or the alarm clock the next time it goes off and I go back to bed. Because I've like trained my brain to think that it's not important once that sound happens. Yeah. For me, it's usually like, if I come across a piece of content that I don't like, if I'm like scrolling through Twitter or YouTube and I land on something where I'm like, ugh, this thing, that's a chance. If I'm paying attention, that's when my brain goes like, hey, get out. Go, 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 go. What's up, Lucha? When the spell wears off.
Incomplete.
"22 seconds. Gotta score." Wait, do we have to score a touchdown? We could kick a field goal, I think. I think a field goal would win it. Do I have any more timeouts? No. Alright, let's kick the field goal. Special, field goal, full block, start play. What? Just what? What? Was there wind? Oh my god. That's annoying. 40 can, thank you for the big how. That's how I feel right now. That's how I'm feeling. Browns. Browns is a good point, Puffy. Man. Anyways. Yeah. Now you know. Now you know how my brain bad. But also brain good. I accomplished a lot of things. And I'm usually very proud of myself and all of the things that I can do. But I'm still not... I still have issues and problems that I need to figure out how to solve. And see, it would just be so much simpler if everyone just... you know... slowed the earth down. I was going to say if everyone just got in touch with me, but... when I have to get something done and people get in touch with me, I admit, like, I'm always just like, oh, leave me alone, I got a deadline. Don't you understand? I've been putting off this assignment for... I've been, like, passively putting it off for 2 weeks, and now I've been actively putting it off for 4 hours. That's when everyone wants to say hi. The moral of the story is that there is no perfect set of circumstances. Not to be one of those streamers, but maybe also to be one of those streamers, because I like self-improvement, and I like, you know, the drive to not be miserable. If you wait for things to be exactly the way you've made them up in your head to be before you do something, you will end up just waiting. Or making a different criteria and using that as an excuse. Success is about trying even when it's inconvenient. We got 6 billion people in chat. Man, hit that follow button, I guess.
Black 51. Hut.
This has been a very a flow state for me today. Like, I think that I've been taking too much time playing this game today. I thought I was maybe gonna finish it, but instead I've just been blabbering about cool shit for 3.5 hours. Yeah, they just say sacked. Yeah, I think it's just sack. Zach. Someone in the stands is worried about Zach, the quarterback. Gorf.
Blue 23. Hut. Incomplete.
Game will be here next time. Gotta finish game though too.
Blue 42. Hut.
That's a big punt. You can kick the ball real good, sir. No wonder you're a professional football player. There's actually a lot of history about inappropriate questions at football, at interviews for being an NFL player. It's this really scummy practice of, like, coaches and managers asking, like, deliberately fucked up questions to see how the player will react. Because their lives are so public even at that point. I think it really sort of became, like, scandalous and started to at least be, at least be, like, a little bit called out and maybe reined in, hopefully, and not just done behind closed doors. One of the players had, like, I think it was, like, their mom had, like, been a prostitute at one point in her life to make ends meet, and they were, like, asking the player about that. Like, oh, so you want to be a Philadelphia Eagle, Well,
Set.
your mom was a prostitute, right? What's that like?
Touchdown.
Did you see that? I caught the bounce. I don't think it's necessarily hazing because they're doing this before they've even, like...
It's good.
They could do it to a player and then not draft the player, you know? It's just someone got this idea that it's like, well, we need to make sure that, you know, they understand who's in charge and that people are going to drum up controversy in the press and they need to respond to that well or it's going to be bad for the team. But it's not okay to do. Like, you can justify it up and down. It's not okay to do. I haven't looked into that specifically, Hector, but I've heard some stuff. I've definitely heard some stuff.
Black 51. Incomplete.
Yeah. It kind of boggles my mind though that like cuz I've done interviews before. I've interviewed people
Green
for jobs
42.
and immediately what I learned and has held true is that if you just let someone talk during a job interview, they will just volunteer the weirdest shit. Like, people are not good at job interviews. The format is flawed in every aspect because
Set.
I don't know, it's just like there's too much on the line.
Black
There's too much at
33.
stake. And so people will just say shit and you're like, you shouldn't say that in a job interview, but they will. They always will. And it's the same thing like if I interview for a job and they're like, what's your biggest weakness? And I'll be like, oh, I don't respect my supervisors enough. Like, I think that their ideas are bad and that my ideas would be better. And I'm like, why did I say that?
Set. Black 51. Touchdown. Set. It's good.
Even that's a fallacy, right? Because, like, what if instead of confidence you were just like, I need to say something to get this job? They hired you under the pretense that you believed you were top 5 in the nation. When really you were like, they'll like hearing this. Ugh.
Set.
Starting to get tired, which is good. I did not want to like take a nap, do a stream, and then be up all night again. But how long can I keep streaming? That's the question. Can I make it to 5 hours? And like I said before, I do owe chat a shout-out theater from yesterday, but it will not be tonight.
Incomplete.
It'll have to be another day where I'm not, like... I hope I can make it through stream without falling asleep.
Set. Hut.
Fart.
First down.
That's wild, Osimo. Holy shit. That's not how it's supposed to work at all. Why? What the fuck? You can't even pay off a college degree in 10 years. If they're not good anymore, like, what's the point?
First down.
That's fucking wild.
Set. Hut. Incomplete. Set. Hut.
I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to get a job anymore. I hope I never have to look again.
Set. Hut. Touchdown. Set. Hut.
Alright, we're gonna win this time.
Good.
The Browns are gonna win, baby. Let's go Browns. Love the Browns. My dad just had to get a new job, and he's like mid-70s. Because the job he was doing, he got 8 orders for the first 6 months of the year.
Set. Hut.
No! No!
That's the ball game.
I did put one down after one stream, Cleveland, but that's it. Someone asked me if I flushed it, and I don't personally consider it flushed. It was just like, well, I don't feel like doing that right now. I tried my best for one stream, and I'd rather work on something else. Yeah, so this is the scenario. This is the simulation mode where they give you a scenario. They're like, these are the teams, this is the score, this is how much time is on the clock. Win the game under these conditions. Yeah, it's I really appreciate any sports game that goes beyond win the championship. It's fine if that's all they do, but anytime a sports game is more than that, I think it adds a lot of depth. Nope, it's been 40 the whole time. What do you mean fumble? I didn't do anything. Wearing a lot of green lately. Nice. Bungle. This shirt is brown, but you can get it in other colors. You can pick when you go to the dank shop, you can pick which color you want your shirt to be. Breen. Bang! Yeah. Yeah, it's a dank shirt. The Big Food Tonight shirt fits weird. There's something about the cut of it that it's like a little uncomfortable for me to wear without losing some weight, ironically. So I haven't been wearing that one very much. What's up, Hollow Sentry? No worries, Arc Nova. I appreciate it. I have been talking a lot and not about football very much. Although the few times that I have been talking about football, I've also been talking about football a lot. I've got the yap in me today. I've never really gotten into the trading and like office management side of a sports game. You'd think I would, but I've never really like tried to build my super team. You were on a farm today. Did you milk the cow? Did you drive the tractor? I think I'm too weak in spirit to do farming of any type. Like, if there's like an EMP and we have to go back to living off the land, I won't. I will either give up or I will, I don't know, try to be like a wandering troubadour or something. If I have to grow a potato, it's over, fam.
Green, 20. Hut, Incomplete.
I can handle no internet. I get a little stir crazy because I've just been on the internet for most of my life. That there's something about not having access to the internet that, like, it's neat, it's novel and interesting, but it's also kind of scary. But no power, I literally go to bed. Anytime the power goes out, I go straight to bed. Because I'm just like, there's nothing I can do. My entire sense of life is disrupted. Put me in the coma machine. And hopefully when I wake up, someone has solved this problem for me. Give me the Walt Disney cryogenic treatment for a 30-minute power outage. The last time I had to go without internet was super weird because it was like we had a thunderstorm on a Friday, like 2 hours after my roommate went out of town. And I didn't have a cell phone at the time. So the power went out for like 2 hours, and it was like the middle of the day. So all I did was like, I left the apartment, I grabbed a beer from the fridge, and I went outside and I sat outside and drank a beer while like watching all my neighbors trying to figure out why the power was out and like see if anyone was working on it. And when they brought the power back up, the internet service at the complex was broken and stayed broken. They couldn't get a tech out to like to get the job done until like Monday.
51.
And there was like a Wi-Fi hotspot, but it was really shitty and it was super far from my apartment. So like I could walk down to like the main part of the apartment complex and like send messages and let everyone know like things were cool or like I'm not dead. But if I was at my apartment, I had no internet and I was by myself with no phone for like 3 days. And so it was like equal parts like, oh, this is cool. Like I'm just on my own. Like I can't work. I can't stream. So I'm just going to do whatever I want to do for a whole weekend. And then I would kind of wobble between that and like, oh my God, I'm so isolated. Like what the fuck? How do I what if something bad happens? Like is everything okay? I have no idea what's going on out there.
Green, 20.
But then the more recent time that happened was a couple of years ago when some of you might remember this, like Ern was dog sitting and something went wrong with our internet, but it still worked after like the first couple hours, but I couldn't upload. Our upload was completely fucked and it stayed that way for like 3 weeks. So I was going to work and I would come home and I'd be the only one home because Ern was dog sitting, and I could watch streams and I could like download games on Steam. I could use the internet totally normally. I just couldn't stream myself. And so that was kind of a weird instance of like, what would it look like if I had just shitloads of time on my hands? I got a lot of video games played offline. I beat like fucking 6 video games. I bought like 9. I was like, well, I'm gonna be stuck for a while. I bought a bunch of shit on Steam and then I just played it for like 3 weeks, just all the time. Quickly, Catherine.
White, 51.
It would, Cleveland, yeah. It would. Although, once upon a time, I think I've told this story before, because I've told all my stories before. But when I was freshly dropped out of college and very broke, I had Comcast for a couple months, and I couldn't afford to keep paying them, and my roommates didn't want to chip in on the bill. But when they shut off, you know how like these days when you get your internet shut off, they don't like shut off the connection. They just like funnel any kind of traffic towards their like payment page or whatever. It's not like they turn off the internet and you can't connect. It's like you're connected, but they don't let you go anywhere, right? Well, this was back in 2004, probably 2005 actually. I couldn't pay my Comcast bill, and they shut me off. And they closed out my ability to go anywhere on the internet. But I had AOL Instant Messenger open. And for whatever reason, the port that it was using, they couldn't close it. Or like, it was the port that they used to funnel me to their billing site or whatever. So I could still like chat with people, and also the file transfer mechanics worked. So if I wanted to get something from the internet, I could just be like, hey, could you download this and send it to me? And I could get like, I could get stuff if I needed it. So for like 3 months I was like, this is fine, like this is enough internet for me. I don't need to pay to get it turned back on. I can talk to people, and I can ask people to send me files. I'm good. You can suck it, Comcast. And eventually, I think, like, the power went out or something. Like, we lost electricity, and, like, the modem reset, and then I couldn't do it anymore. John Matrix, thank you for the 50 mountainous countries.
One time I was driving to work on a Saturday and it was raining, then snowing by the time I got there. Later, as I was tutoring math to Segrit, a woman from a mountainous country, all the lights in the office turned off. Oh. Jonathan. What about my exam this Monday? My boss, John, wandered aimlessly around, eyes wide, mouth round, when klaxons started sounding as the campus imploded. No power for 2 weeks in October.
What the fuck?
Chilly times. I hope Segrit did well on that exam.
The klaxons? There's not supposed to be klaxons. Thank you for the 50 klaxons, John Matrix. Ugh. It's a brand name. What do they make? Alarms and... Oh, really? So it's not like a term for like a piece of equipment. It's a... Oh, okay. Weird. I didn't know that. Why do they all have K's and X's in them? That's the secret, chat. Invent a product or make a product and put a K and an X in your brand name.
White 51.
I don't miss tornado sirens. Like, mainly because it was never explained to me as a kid that they tested them the same day of the month, every month. So I would just hear them go off all the time and be like, oh god, what's happening? And then nothing would happen. It should be explained more clearly, I think. But then again, I always used to like panic when I have like a weird fear of like the emergency broadcast system. And I know where it comes from. Like, it doesn't really happen anymore because, you know, terrestrial TV and all that, but if I was watching TV and like a special report would come on, it was like a chill, like a full body chill of just being like, oh god, oh fuck, what's happening, shit, fuck. And then they'd be like, the president has just signed a bill that says that you can wear your shirt backwards. I'm Sam Donaldson.
Dead. Black 33.
Oh, shit.
Dead.
The reason that I have it is that I remember watching the World Series as a very, very young child when the San Francisco earthquake happened. I think that was the first, like, special report I ever saw. And so it was just immediately ingrained in me that, like, if they interrupt TV for any reason, like, it's because something extremely violent and horrible is happening. And sometimes it was, but sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes they would just be like, we're tracking this thunderstorm. And I don't know. There is, like, you can get alerts for some stuff, right? Like, there was that whole fucking thing with Hawaii.
Blue 42.
What was that, 10 years ago now? Like, it can still happen. I mean, I still get the shit scared out of me with Amber Alerts, but it's not as bad. It's not as bad as an emergency broadcast system or, like, a special report.
Dead. Blue 42.
It's nice to not live in a part of the country. Like, if I ever get weather alerts on my phone, it's almost always just, it's hot, don't start a fire. That's it. Maybe it'll be like, it's going to be real windy. What's up, Liz? How was your stream today? We did have a thunderstorm warning on Friday, but it missed us. We had super bad wind and like a little sprinkle of rain. But I got a alert on my phone that was like golf ball sized hail. What am I doing up there? Oh, it's 2-minute warning. What's up, Don Controlione? How's it going? Stream's going pretty good. I'm just kind of yapping a bunch. I'm doing a lot of talking and not footballing so well, but that's okay. Yeah, you're not allowed to start a fire where I live. It's extremely... Like, from May to September, there's always an exclamation point on my phone that says fire weather alert. It might not be there today, though, because we've had some humidity this weekend. Yeah. It's not there right now. But you know, like, the basic default Android weather app has, like, a little exclamation point that tells you if there's weather happening? It's just heat advisory and red flag warning all summer long in New Mexico. Aircraft advisory. Be advised. Airplanes exist. I know people, like,
First down.
everyone's nervous. I say everyone, I mean everyone who's not buying fireworks, because it's fireworks season, right? It's fireworks season, and there's those 2 wildfires in New Mexico, and when it's fireworks season, that means that there will be more fires as well. So everyone's just kind of like, should we cancel 4th of July?
Incomplete.
And the answer is probably. It's probably a good idea. But it's so easy to buy your own fireworks that it's not going to make a difference.
Set. Hut. First down.
Okay, what's the score? Score is, I'm down 4, so I gotta get a touchdown. I agree, Tetrahedra. I like the grunts. They make me smile.
Set. Hut.
Even when I have to play as the Cleveland Browns, at least I've got the grunts to listen to.
Set. Hut. It's good.
What? What? What are you what's happening, chat? Gotta survive 19 seconds. I definitely won't choke at the last second like I did last time. Nope. Gonna be a-okay. Everything's gonna be just fine for the Cleveland Browns, for whom nothing bad has ever happened. Pass interference and offsides I've seen. And delay of game.
Blue.
I don't think I've seen any other ones though. Oh, fuck me.
Incomplete.
Yeah, no unsportsmanlike conduct.
Set. Black 51. Hut.
Yeah, get him. Yeah.
Timeout.
Fourth and 21. We gotta just survive this one play. Just this one play. If we survive this, we beat the scenario.
Black
I need to take a break
51.
after this, though. Because I'm out of water. Yes. Yeah, and it's pre-Ravens.
That's the ball game.
Oh, my God. Alright, what's the next one? January 18th, 2010. Welcome to Super Bowl 44. This game is turning out to be quite a catfight between the Jaguars and the Panthers. 5:34 left in the fourth. I read that as car too. Guire a car. 5:34 left in the fourth. The Panthers have received the kickoff and need 10 points to tie. Were the Jags or the Panthers in this game? I don't think I've seen either of them until now. I was curious, Bobby. Alright, let's stop the timer. I think I can make it to the end of stream. I don't think I can do Shoutout Theater, but I think I can make it to the end of stream. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get some water. And I'll be back. I'll be back in a few minutes. Stick around if you want to see some more football. Thank you for listening to me talk all day today. I appreciate it. Like I said, for me, Twitch is about the video games. So anytime people watch this stream for anything other than video games,
the vision so deep that the eye can't see. If you don't know now, then let it be. Deep and good.
Bobby Dice Roller gifting a sub to MG42. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you for that. That unlocks the streamer beverage, so I'm going to drink the last of this Coke that I got from Popeyes. Delicious and watery. Alright. Time for a break. I'll be back in a minute, chat. See ya in a minute. Okay. Alright, who wants to see what the Super Bowl will look like in the year 2010? When the 32X is still the system of choice for discerning video gamers. Let's go ahead and resume the timer. Looks like we have to play as the Panthers. Oh, good! Fantastic. Good logos. Very nice. Very, very good. Wait, I didn't see... Ooh, look at the helmets. The Panthers one looks right. The Jaguars one looks like someone... Like, what is that? It doesn't look right, whatever it is. Here's the question. Can the Panthers run 44 power? If they can, then they're going to be Super Bowl champs. Oh, hell yeah. I think the Panthers have got this, chat. Oh, it said the Rose Bowl is where we're playing? Who knows? I don't know the future sci-fi football lore. You know what? I kind of have a similar thought, Fuse, where I always kind of ask myself, like, when's the last time I jumped? There's a question I ask myself every so often. When is the last time that I jumped? If we could double jump, do you think we could, like, would it feel okay to land, or would it be painful every time? Because I would like to double jump, but more importantly, I would like to land. You jumped over a trail of ants? You jumped for your workout? When's the last time you ran at full sprint?
Blue 42.
Maybe over time, but I worry that the double jump would come first, and then there'd be like 30 to 50 years of just like, yeah, you can double jump, but it fucking hurts. Oof. You okay, Liz?
Blue 23. Hut. First down.
I want it to be football season. Bring on the football.
Set. Blue 23. Hut.
No. No, I don't think I ever did anything like that. I climbed on top of the monkey bars when I was in like second grade. I used to go on the roof of my house, but I didn't like jump or run or anything like that. I was pretty fat. I was a pretty fat little kid. I like when he goes. That's my favorite part.
Set. Green, 42. Hut. Incomplete.
I got something in my eye. I was fat, and then I lost weight, and then I got fat again over time. And that's me.
Set.
Little fat guy.
Red, 20. Hut.
Good punt. Are you back from the farm again? Did you harvest the cabbage? Oh no.
Set. Hut.
No, you're good. Like I know I'm out of shape. I would like to lose significant weight. It would be nice. I don't think I'll ever fit in a medium shirt ever again. I've made peace with that. But I could lose some weight and I'd be cool with that development.
First down.
I would be proud with consistent large. I'm at the point right now where I'm wearing like 2XL, but I can fit into an XL, but it's like a little uncomfortable. It's like a little too tight for me. So, if I could get down to L, that would be like a huge victory.
Set.
What's up, Mike? What do we do today? Lose a bunch of football and talk a bunch about brains. Women's sizes are very different. And I hate it because, like, I see women's sizes and I'm like, oh, like that. The way that they're sized makes them sound like they're way less pressure. But then the societal pressure on women to have a certain body type means that they are like loaded with pressure. You know what I mean? We're like, oh, this is a 6, and I'd be like, that's if I told people I fit in a 6, that'd be great. Like, you're supposed to fit in a 1. No, we have not been in the puzzle box today.
Set. Hut. First down. Set. Hut.
Wow. We're doing scenario mode. We're done with the playoffs. The season's over. We won.
Set. Put. Touchdown.
If you're using it correctly, John Matrix. Whoa, Shadrock with the big Wario butt. You've unlocked regular price, no misses. The stream's only going to be going for about another half hour, so I can't promise much. But they are open.
Set.
Well, they're not open yet. I need to open them.
Put.
I could do 6 Donkey Kong 94s. And 0 Brave Fencer Musashis. Jump! Whoa, jump! Thank you for the 30 bits, Shadrock. Thank you for all the support today, chat. I will be back tomorrow. I'm going to try to be back at a slightly more normal time. But I will be back tomorrow, and we will be...
Delay of game.
Shit. What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow is...
Let's make it affordable for the brave and the young of the chat. Also thank you for the mega stream yesterday that I could not attend all day due to thing.
John Matrix, thank you for the 1,000 bits. We have all channel point redeems open. I'm not going to close the regular price, no misses, but don't use them. The Universal is open. All the level 4s are open. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, John Matrix. That's a lot of bits. I'm awake. Shadrock wants a Retro Island Gaming shout-out. Okay, we'll do another play and then we'll do Ark Nova's horoscope. And I do still owe chat one shout out theater. I owe chat a new emote. I owe chat some new sub alerts. And I'm gonna start a project to make a significant upgrade to the stream with all the support yesterday, all the donations. So look forward to that. I didn't have the time to solve those dilemmas today, but I will be working on them. Ark Nova, you got the Powerline Construction Firm. Remember, power is forged by the connections that we make. So tie everyone up in a rope connected to you, and then use their power. I'm gonna do one horoscope per play. Thank you, Marmot. Thank you, John Matrix. I fixed my hair while I was in the bathroom. What's up, Duke? I would get a lot more sleep if the power would go out. Although, in the summertime, the last time we had a power outage, I went to work. It was like late at night, and there was a Smash tournament going on. And I was like, well, I know that there's people there, and I don't want to be at home with no air conditioning. So I'm going to go to work. Hesh Ballantyne. Got a house. We're getting houses today. Interesting house. 1850 West Byron Hesh. If you want quadruple money, here's what you need. You need 3 other people. And you are allowed to make a mess. You have double your pollution limits available to you. Yeah, I got a normal amount of sleep, and I took a nap. I'm getting tired again, so like I'm gonna be winding down here very soon. But yeah, I was definitely ready to do some stream today. I wasn't burnt out, which is always the concern, right? That you're gonna do a big ass stream and then you're gonna have to take like 4 days to recover. They just thought you were sexy. Hell yeah, Shadrock. Marmot. Ooh, Marmot. Seafood restaurant. Time to crack into that endless crab buffet. All you can eat shrimp. And 1 chicken dish for people like me. Every seafood restaurant has to have 1 chicken pasta dish. And if they don't have it, then that's discriminatory. Tetrahedra. They went no huddle. I wasn't ready for that. Tetrahedra. I mean, it's a pretty good card to get in June. Winter. You are going to be nice and cool tomorrow. Maybe you'll even want to get snuggled under a little blanket. That's a good June horoscope. Unless you're in the southern hemisphere. Get your red flannel and never change it. Shit. It's a barn burner. They're burning the barn. I've been thinking about getting back into... I used to dress like a cartoon character when I played DDR all the time. Every day I would wear a white t-shirt, like a white undershirt, and then like a button-up shirt over it that wasn't buttoned. And I've had the strong urge to readopt that clothing style. It's no good! I think that means am I still in the lead, or am I not in... I don't know if I'm in the lead. I don't think I'm in the lead. I'm not in the lead. I don't like wearing gloves. It's a lance. And I don't like playing Cartoon Heroes. Those charts suck. They're not fun. They're too hard. So I've been thinking about getting some button-up shirts to wear on stream. Waka Waka is worse. These are charts for crazy people. Witch Doctor is no fun. It's not as bad as Waka Waka, but it's also no fun. Yeah, Waka Waka is shit. Whoever made that chart better have gone to jail. I hope that was tried as an international crime. Cargo jorts were a big part of that look, Marmot. I don't do sandals though. What rhythm game has the best and worst charting, in my opinion? That's a good question. That's a very good question, actually. That's something I can probably speak to. I would say pop music has pretty good charts for the most part. It never feels like it's egregious. In the Groove? Can I pick In the Groove as having the worst charting? It doesn't really. It has good charts. It's just people never play them. I might say like Osu is for worst, honestly. I don't think I've ever watched an Osu video and been like, that looks like fun. Best charting. That's... When we're talking about what makes a rhythm game chart good, in my opinion, is whether or not it feels fun to perform, regardless if it's like a high level, super hard... Oh, you know what? Para Para is a pretty bad one. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's pretty good as far as charting goes for what the game is, because it actually replicates, on the normal difficulty, on the base difficulty, it replicates the actual Para Para dance for each of those songs, and so you can perform the scripted routine for the song without ever having played the game before, if you know the dance already. But like best, it's not DDR. It's definitely not DDR. Drum Mania is pretty good. Drum Mania is pretty good as far as charting goes. I don't know if Just Dance counts because I'm still not convinced that you can do anything in Just Dance. I agree with that, Dan Highland. I completely agree with that. Neversoft fucked Guitar Hero. I agree. Circle gets the square. I was playing Keyboard Mania earlier today. I passed my first song on doubles ever. I've never passed a doubles song on Keyboard Mania, and I did it earlier today. It was the easiest song in the game, but I did it. In the square hole.
It's good.
I think the Guitar Hero Live guitar would have been good if they had ever made another game with it. Because, like, the concept makes sense. When you play guitar, you don't just play, like, you have to consider strings. There isn't, like, this big, wide, like, filament that goes down the length of the guitar. So it's sort of it's a very simplistic implementation. But the fact that Guitar Hero Live died as quickly as it did and they never made another one means that, like, that design is irrelevant. Like, it doesn't... It's tied to the failure of the game and looks like unnecessary change. Best charting for a rhythm game is...
Red, 20.
Probably Drum Mania. Yeah, probably Drum Mania.
Incomplete.
5 key... I can't really give it to Beat Mania, even though I love Beat Mania very, very much. I don't think that, like, Beat Mania does a very good... It can't be the best. It's a very consistent high bar, but it can't be the best. I haven't played Waka yet. Or My, or fucking any of the new rhythm games. Yeah, I think I'm going to say Drum Mania. Drum Mania and or Rock Band Pro Drums for best charting. Nah, I've had the opportunity to play Beat Saber, that guy. Problem is, I'm really, really sweaty. I'm an extremely sweaty dude, and I don't want to sweat all over someone else's VR equipment. So, people have offered, and I'm always like, no thank you. October 12th, 1975, in a Southern California rivalry, the Chargers and the Rams were tied at 10, sending them to OT. The Chargers kicked off in OT, and now it's your chance to take charge of the Chargers. I was always hopeful that there would be a horn game, Duke. And I think it would be super fun, but also there's no good way to get around the fact that people's mouths would be on the controller. So it's both best and worst. There's Trombone Champ, but like, it doesn't have a controller. And I'm not like a snob about it. I play rhythm games that don't have controllers, and some of them are very good that don't have dedicated controllers, but I can't think of an instance where a rhythm game wouldn't be improved by it would always be improved by having a dedicated controller, in my opinion. I am a slut when it comes to accessories and peripherals. They're playing the hits just for me. But like, if Frequency had its own controller, if Final Fantasy Theatrhythm had its own dedicated controller, like, there's no... I would take it every time. There's nothing wrong with designing a rhythm game around an existing controller, but I'd rather have a peripheral. Worst mismatch of wrong dedicated controller for the game. I feel like I should know the answer to this. There's got to be an example of, like... Oh, Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, fighting games on DDR pads, I've done it. I don't recommend it. But, yeah. It's not... 2D fighters on DDR pads is not a good time. Fighting game on the Tony Hawk skateboard. Where... Yeah, hang on a second. That skateboard's for PS3. Where are all the Dark Souls playthroughs on the Tony Hawk skateboard? Who wants to become a Twitch partner tomorrow? All you need is $30 and an eBay account.
Green 42. First down.
I never really got into Patapon. I think what ended up happening is I wanted Patapon and Loco Roco. And I got Loco Roco, and it wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. And then I skipped Patapon. But the worst rhythm game that I think I've probably ever played is Major Minor's Majestic March. I'm going to have to stream that someday because I bought it, I played it like twice, and I was like, this sucks, and I never played it ever again. So there's got to be some gold, some stream gold in that game. What's up, Smiles? I wanted that Tony Hawk controller so bad. I was so excited for that game. It's probably the last time that I put a ton of stock in a review, and I don't regret it. I was like ready to get that game day one, and I read like 3 reviews online that all said like 4 out of 10, and I never bought it, never played it. I just completely gave up and walked away. Maybe I'm missing out on the most ultimate Tony Hawk experience, and the press is wrong. John Matrix.
2, 2, 2, ba 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 ba.
Thank you for the 50 babars.
2, 2, ba 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 ba. 2, 2, 2, ba 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 ba. 2, 2, 2, ba 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 bab, wa, huh? Oh. I can't believe Mr. Smiles said that to Mo. Oh. Baba.
Thank you for the 50 babars, John Matrix. Worst instrument to make into a rhythm game, I'd probably say triangle. It's got to be one of those instruments that can only really do one thing. There is a theremin game for VR on Steam. It uses the hand tracking. I don't think it's a game so much as it is like a simulator, but there's a VR theremin game on Steam. You can play the theremin in VR. But I think I'd say probably triangle. Woodblock is a good answer. Any one of those things where like it's just it's an instrument that requires like no it's an instrument for first graders, right? Even the recorder would be better than that. Yeah, kazoo. Slide whistle, is better than kazoo. Hell, woodblock is better than kazoo. You know, if there was a didgeridoo game, I would maybe be able to learn how to breathe better. So, come on, game industry, where you at? But yeah, I try to play a little bit of music games. I've been bad about it the past couple months. I was playing them pretty regularly until the house exploded. And I've just been able to start putting aside a little bit of time. I played about an hour and a half to 2 hours of Keyboard Mania today. And it was fun. I had a good time. I feel like I got a little bit better from the last time I played. It's very good for my brain health. It is a zen activity for me. It's very zen. In a long time ago, when I was a much more emotionally charged, teenaged human being who was dealing with big drama and big feels all the time, I could reliably play Beatmania for hours and hours and hours and hours, just to like turn my brain off from the outside world and work through my thoughts. And that remains true today. For that, I will always be a fan of that series. January 18th, 1967, this first Super Bowl was a great start for a long tradition of great games. Green Bay and Kansas City, Murr in LA. KC was down 28-10 in the fourth and couldn't make the comeback. Can you? Probably not, but I'll try. Look, I'll play any game that has a dedicated controller. Name a game that I've said repeatedly I don't like. Give it a dedicated controller, and I'll like it. Give me some plastic to buy. Like, think about it. If there was like a Dark Souls controller that was like a big two-handed sword, that's what I want. There'd be endless amounts of YouTube fail compilations, but like... yeah, if there was a Soul Reaver controller... Pokemon Stadium controller. And I want to make it clear before anyone gets any ideas that I don't mean using like a Guitar Hero controller to play these games. And I don't mean shit like this, where you just put a controller in the plastic bowling ball. Although I have considered doing a Wii challenge, a bowling ball complete works for the Wii. I have considered it, because I don't think there's any game that this wouldn't work with. But it would need to be designed for the game in question. It straight up has all the buttons. This has every button on the Wiimote, including the power button and the home button. You could play every Wii game with this. Every single one. Except for Motion Plus stuff. That wouldn't work. It does have a strap. And the best part, if I were to do this, is that because it's designed for Wii Sports, the B button is on this side of the ball, and all of the other buttons are on the other side of the ball. So you have to have your B button over here, and then everything else over here. Here's the spot where the IR sensor goes. It would be so fucked. But I don't think a Motion Plus controller would fit in there. I might be wrong. One of the more newer ones that has like the built-in one that isn't elongated would work, right? And you could play everything. You could play everything. I actually don't have any Motion Plus stuff for my Wii. Does Fishing Rod with Soul Calibur count? No. It's cool that it supports it, but I would say no. Oh yeah, the nunchuck would be a problem, huh? Shit. That's what this thing can't do. Or can it? No, it can't. Hang on a second. Where's the open button? I hope this thing isn't full of spiders. It does not have a nunchuck hole. But it weirdly looks like it does have a slot for Motion Plus. It looks like it could hold the Motion Plus. But it doesn't have a nunchuck. I'd have to drill a nunchuck hole in it. Yeah, I just split a bowling ball in half like an apple.
Set. Hut.
Go.
First down.
This reminds me of, what was it? I think it was FIFA World Cup 98 on the N64 that had like a historical simulation mode, but like all it really was like a screen filter that made the game look sepia toned. Because what's about to happen, this is the first Super Bowl, right? I just scored a touchdown. I'm going to go for a 2-point conversion, which did not exist until the 90s. And they're not going to question it. They're like, okay, yeah. Of course you're going to go for 2.
Set. Hut.
So it's like they bothered to have a mode that's supposed to represent historical moments of the game, but they did not make engine changes to make it feel like you're playing that game. Yeah. The game just hard locks as it tries to grapple with the weight of what would it look like if you tried to get 2 points. Yeah, we had time traveling John Elway.
Blue 23. Hut.
I do think this is using the same rosters, but there's no way to necessarily know because there are no player stats beyond the quarterback, and players are never referenced by name in the game. Safeties, I think, were a thing, yeah.
Set. Green 42.
No, safety's still a thing. See? I just did it. '96 did. Yeah, it did have a scenario mode. And I think 98 does too. Man, if I had gotten that 2-point conversion, I think there's one CFL game. If I remember correctly, there was one PC exclusive CFL game from like the 2000s.
Set. Hut. First down.
Oh shit, that sounds exciting.
First down. Set. Hut.
It's kind of wild to me that there. I mean, it sort of makes sense, but it's weird to me that there are more arena football games than Canadian football games. Holy shit, to buy a new copy? Oh my god.
Touchdown. Set. Hut.
I could see an XFL game happening. Honestly, if more people... All it would take... Honestly, all it would take is if for the XFL to actually be more popular as a sport, and then whoever got the XFL license, if they gave it to like a competent developer, like if 2K got it, people would probably play XFL, but not enough people watch XFL for that to work. That's the problem. What's up, Worky Bork?
Set. White 51. Hut.
I think they're back. I haven't been keeping track of it. Super close? Maybe it is the UFL now. Season just ended.
Set. Green 20.
Combined season to begin March 30th, 2024.
Incomplete.
Okay. So yeah.
Set.
The problem is that there's not enough teams and there's not enough regional representation. If they wanted to be smart about it, they would establish this league in places that don't have NFL teams. And instead what they've done is put 3 of them in Texas, one of which is in a city that has an NFL team.
Blue 23. Hut.
And then one of them is Michigan, and one of them is Washington, D.C. Again, that's 2 NFL teams. Yeah, so St. Louis has a team, and St. Louis does not currently have an NFL team, but they used to. That's smart. Birmingham, Alabama, it would be smart if the Crimson Tide weren't a thing. If they weren't trying to operate in the church of college football, that would be a smart move. Memphis has a team. Michigan has a team. DC, the city, has a team. And, like, you're not gonna... There's no way that your minor league football is gonna, like, overpower the fucking Cowboys in Texas. Or the Texans in Houston. We're playing scenario mode. There's 30 different historical and fantasy scenarios that we have to beat. Unfortunately, the game does not save your progress when it's turned off. So that's a bit of a wild card, but we got to play through all 30 scenarios. We're on number 20 right now. Yeah, the check marks reset. They don't save. There's no way to save them either. That I can... unless it's some weird fucking thing. It's the longest so far by a huge margin. The longest game prior to this was 8.5 hours. We're on almost 28 hours. So yeah, like, if you want to do a minor league football, I think that's a great idea. I think it could work in a lot of ways, but it's not going to work anywhere where there's a ravenous NFL or college football fan base. You have to go to underserved markets. You have to go to, like, the Pacific Northwest, the Southwest, the Plains states, probably New England, honestly. Outside of Boston. I think a lot of games are going to come close. I mean, we've got 2 baseball games to play. We've got wrestling. We've got fighting games. We've got a fucking Koei game. Hawaii, I think, would work, but no one wants to put a team in Hawaii because no one wants... I mean, everyone wants to travel to Hawaii, but they don't want to have to, like... It's the same reason why there isn't, like, Europe teams. Like, there isn't, like, a London team in the NFL. The traveling logistics make for a really lopsided home and away advantage. I mean, so NFL used to have a European division. Not like a division as in, like, you know, the NFC South, but, like, there was a thing called NFL Europa, and it was essentially a European NFL league run by the NFL. Kurt Warner played in it for a little bit. And it disbanded due to lack of popularity, but then the NFL started getting really popular in Europe. And that's why there's, like, 3 London games and 2 Germany games, and, like, now they're doing Mexico games. I think they're doing a Brazil game this year, I want to say. I think they're playing a game in Brazil this year. So, like, there's a big enough demand for it, but at the same time, it's a catch-22. I think that if there were, like, a UK NFL team, the novelty would wear off. And the locals would not attend the games as much as they do. It's the draw of seeing the best players in a sport that's kind of interesting, and there being lots of expatriates and such to support the teams as well. Like, you want to put a team there, but if you did put a team there, it would probably do worse than having the biggest teams go. If that makes sense. We do send them the Jags every year. But, like, let's be honest. If there was a London team and the Jags had to play the London team, I would go on DraftKings and I'd put a couple thou down on the Jags, because the London team is probably not going to be very good. The NBA is way more popular internationally. The NBA is... Basketball has very quickly become a global game. Like, it's existed in a lot of countries for a long time, but, like, it's for being what is roughly a one-country league plus Toronto, like, the world is caring a lot about the NBA in the past 10 to 15 years. And, like, there's a lot of countries that have their own basketball leagues, and they're getting talent that's getting to be NBA level. And then there's, like, restrictions of, you know, people... It's interesting how, like, the rule that you can't go to the NBA directly out of high school anymore has driven top talent to play in Europe instead and get paid for a couple years and then go to the NBA. There's a lot of interesting machinations with all the different restrictions and rules and such. Armageddon, thank you for the year sub.
This up off the ground. You want it? Radon corn.
Should I eat the ground corn, chat?
Green, 20.
Thank you for the 1 year sub, Armageddon. Thank you for the ground corn. It does look pretty good. I've never really paid attention to MLS. I like soccer, but I don't like it enough to watch regularly. It's one of those sports where I will watch the pageantry of it. I will watch Olympic soccer. I will watch World Cup soccer. I will watch, like, the biggest stakes soccer. Anything less than that, like, I don't even watch Premier League, you know? I don't watch, like, the Bundesliga. I think it's a really easy way to gauge how interested you are in a sport. It's like, what's the lowest level of play in that sport that you're willing to watch? Like, if you're tuning into, like, high school football games and shit, and, like, you know, Big Three basketball, and then yeah, you probably really like that sport. Or you know someone playing in it. I can barely muster up the energy to watch a regular season basketball game, so, like, watching the G League was never something that I was feeling. Yeah, for me it's World Cup, Women's World Cup, and Olympics. I don't do the what is it, the junior, the under 17 or whatever. But I do watch Women's World Cup every 4 years. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. Don't you need a horse? Yeah, I can't play polo. I've watched water polo, though, and that shit's violent. Like, I didn't know until I watched the Olympics, like, 8 years ago or something like that. Water polo is vicious. That's okay. I wonder if there are huge fans of water polo. I'm sure there's people who are really passionate about it. I wonder if anyone can really call themselves a huge fan of water polo. Alright, we're gonna speed the clock up. So my favorite article like this, Marmot, is there is a American Football World Championship that countries compete in. And for a while, the US wasn't competing in it because they were like, it wouldn't be fair. But eventually they started competing in it. And guess what happened? You'll never believe what happened when the United States started competing in the World Championships of American football. Not to say that there aren't some surprises in that article, though. I think America will win gold in flag football. I think it's going to take... And I'm not like a fuck yeah America kind of guy, but like it's one of those things where it's going to take 8 to 12 years for other countries to build up the interest and infrastructure to compete against people who like used to play football in college and were just like, yeah, I'll go be an Olympian in flag football. We have more than enough excellent football talent that just wasn't good enough to reach the NFL. That, yeah, it's going to take time. It'll happen, but it's going to take time. Aaron, congratulations on your first. And you want a horoscope? You got it. For Ern, we have the Civic Theater. Support your local arts. And get a popcorn.
Delay of game.
What did I just pick? I didn't pick what I wanted. Okay, I did something bad. Maybe. Yeah, I did something bad. We're going to finish this game and then I'm going to call it a night. That's the plan. We'll have to pick up this game later this week and hopefully finish it before the month is over. Tomorrow's stream, I think we're going to play more Robot Alchemic Drive. I think that's the plan for tomorrow. I have no idea how much more game there is in that game. The entire game, I've suspected that it's either 5 minutes or 40 hours away from ending. But the longer we play it, the more likely that it's 5 minutes from ending, so... Okay. Sounds good.
Timeout.
I'm probably gonna lie down pretty soon. I'm not like super fall asleep tired, but I'm definitely down to stretch out on a bed.
Set. Hut.
Yeah.
Push down. Timeout.
If anyone wants to figure out a way to see what happens if you get all the check marks, I'm curious. But I'm not going to leave the Sega running for days and days and days. So
Set. Hut.
we're just going to beat them all once and call it good.
Set. White 51. Hut. Touchdown.
There we go. Chiefs win. I did. I forgot to send a message in response, I think, but I did ponder it. It's a good orb mini. I do like orbs. Big orb fan. There's a wiffle ball game on the DS. There's a Major League Eating game on the Wii. Oh, nice. How's he doing? I bet you could, Hesh. I bet you could. But you know what would be even better than that is to like put the Wiimote in a watermelon. Like cut a hole in the side of the watermelon so that the sensor can go out. And then you just eat the watermelon. With the Wiimote inside of it. Okay. 20 down, 10 to go. You know what's weird is that one of these gave me a code when I beat it. I think it was number 6. And none of these other ones had given me a code. Very interesting. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be cool, Kydrian. Let's stop the timer. We'll read the next scenario. We'll pick it up at 21 next time. January 17th, 1991, Super Bowl 25. The Giants and the Bills played close all the way to the end. With only 2:16 remaining, the Bills got the ball on their own 10 and were down 20-19. Can you make the Bills win it this time? Yes. NFC playoff, Cowboys down 15 with 3 minutes left. Yep. Bears and Bengals in OT in the snow. Oh, this one sounds shitty. You gotta come back from a 25-point deficit in 14 minutes with the Cardinals. Yeah, 28-3. 49ers had to come back 35-7. It doesn't say what the time on the clock is. Oh, maybe it's the whole second half. Gross. 35-3 lead in the third. We pick up with 4.5 minutes down 18. You gotta play a whole half of football with the Lions down 24-7. AFC title game. Jets handle the Chiefs no problem. The KC defense is on the rise. A safety with 4:44 in the fourth will give KC the ball and a chance to return from down 17-2. Oh, that is a future game. That is a future game, you're right. Another future game. NFC title game. Since scoring 13 in the first, the Packers have had a dry spell. Atlanta has the ball and the lead with 3 minutes left. Will the Packers be able to regain possession and come back from 8 points down? And then the last one is Super Bowl 33, January 31st, 1999. In the greatest championship of all time. The score remains tied at 42, and we're going to triple overtime. KC's ball. Will Green Bay come back and win in the Super Bowl I rematch? Wow. Well, that's for another day, chat. It's time to end the stream. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the... No, there was a game in 2010 that we had to play. Thank you for the donations. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna go get comfy. Okay, babe. I'll see you soon. I should still be awake. We'll stream tomorrow. We'll play some Robot Alchemic Drive. I think that's the plan. And, yeah. If, I'll try to make it a little bit closer to normal stream time. It just kind of depends when I get up. It depends on when I wake up from sleeping. But you'll know. If you have notifications on, or if you're in the Discord, oh, you'll know. I don't post stream updates on Twitter anymore. So those are the only two ways. Thank you for the raid, Shadrock, as well. Alright. Who's streaming tonight? Who's doing a game? Klebe and Splurknerch is doing 4-Job Fiesta. BBH is doing Shooty Games Wahoo. What is he playing? I thought this is Ice Force. What is that? Life Force. Yeah, that makes sense. Life Force is cool. We'll go ahead and we'll raid Macaw again. Macaw's playing Crocodile Dundee inspired video games, so that's good. He probably knows a lot about that. Remember, you can always ask him if something is Bogan or Hogan, and he'll tell you. All right, chat. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the deep conversations about life and the brain and friendship and time management and candid streamer secrets. And I'll see you tomorrow. Here are your lizards. Bye, everybody. Bing.